Right, good. Good morning and welcome along everyone to day 2 of stage 2 of 2025 Q-School. The Dream Factories are about to get underway and hope you are all good. Morning, Job.
Hello, mate.
How are we?
Morning. Yeah, we are here on time.
Yeah, we were good. How we doing? Ron Daz is in. Chat room is rammed already. Yeah. The Joker has signed for Target. Anyone that follows John on Facebook kind of let the cat out of the bag yesterday.
Yeah.
But you know. How is everyone on this Friday? Who's got that Friday feeling? Morning Emma, morning James, morning Daniel, morning Stephen, how we doing Mark? Joe is in. I'll tell you what, they've gone early.
Get on with it.
Giblin's pulled the trigger, hasn't he?
Get on with it.
Giblin's like, none of this shit. He's like, come on. Chop.
2 games warming up. Brandon Richardson had a decent game yesterday. Paxton Pilgrim is warming up.
Oh, that's fucking brutal.
Thanks for coming, boys. The Dark Connect holds up a little bit stronger today.
Wasn't great yesterday, was it?
No.
I'll move that more once the games go live. Alright, who else have we got in the chat room today? This is the new office, Joe. Like, there's still work to do in it, but it's getting there. We just did an Amazon order.
Yes, we did. In fact.
Tweedle McGurk, potential last 64. Oof.
Let me put this one back. Whoa. What is it doing that for?
Morning, Andrew. Hope you are good. Cheers, Antoinette. Yeah, look, we're getting there with it. It will be better as well.
Yes.
It's still very
raw,
very basic in here.
Haha. There we go. Does that these don't affect this? Does it?
No.
Perfect.
No, Daniel, they'll never have cameras at Q-School.
Did I go to the barber? Not today. Last week I did. Right,
who do we want as feature game in Europe that's low?
Europe. I don't know.
Should we go Sergio Krasen against Jeffrey Sparadans?
Yes, why not?
I love it. Gibbons taking no prisoners in Kalkar. Boring, old, irrelevant. Either way, I'm coming in.
Excuse me, coming through.
The Giblin Express train.
Correct.
Oh, Conor Heenan, Reece Colley in the last 128. There is some absolute brutal ties. The old supercomputer not doing its job. Thomas Cromwell is underway.
Lipscomb Osborne.
Oh, what was the board that they put in the chat that was brutal in our WhatsApp?
Oh my gosh, 14's not great. Dean Gallagher, Chaz Barstow, Jared Cole, Jamie Hughes, Eddie Lovely, John Henderson, and John O'Shea, Callum Goffin.
Oof.
Despicable. Mark McGeady, Simon Whitlock in the first round on the set. The winner of that gets Bo. What's Avis, doesn't he?
Oh. Good morning, Anthony. Good to have you in, my friend. Always a pleasure. I hope Texas is nice. Still a bit of snow on the floor here.
Was it Bradley Brooks for Keegan Brown to start yesterday? Now he's got Jim Long today.
Daniel, they'll never have cameras there because of what's on the line.
Mm-hmm.
The same as they don't have cameras at any of the qualifiers, like the Eurotour qualifiers, for the same reason. How are we doing, Adrian? Hope you're good.
Oh, board 8's horrible. Carl Sneed, Scott Campbell, Tommy Morris, Aaron Monk, Christian Perez, Jim McEwen, Nathan Gervin, Adrian Gray.
Oof.
Despite the fact Tommy Morris is on this board, that will be the slowest board of the day.
Yeah.
Methodical.
Perez, McEwen is a horrid game. Don't get me wrong, they're both very good players.
He gets on with it, he's okay.
But
yeah.
that is a horrid game.
Yeah.
If that goes 11 legs, that could take an hour.
That's not one for the neutrals, is it?
You know, Anthony, look, it's always raining in here. We know. Yeah, definitely, Anthony, 100%. Morning, James. Hope you are good, mate. Always a pleasure to have CDC boys in. Jimmy Van Schie. It's 2-0 to the good. He can effectively...
It's done today for Jimmy. Last 32 or last 16.
Two points today, and he's Romeo done.
Yeah.
He can just enjoy the next 2 days, regardless of what happens.
Yes. Afternoon.
How are we doing?
In that quickly, Bevan.
What's that?
Rumours that we are close to Kvaratskhelia from Napoli.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't really think we need unless he's going to play centre forward, because Nunes can net Barndor and Banjo. But other than that, I'm not sure. I've really liked Diaz's start to the season was fantastic, and then
He's tailed off massively.
yeah.
There's no points in the 1-2-8 today because it's not a complete round. Because obviously there were a winner yesterday, so it's not a complete round.
It's just for consistency, Crozen, I think. Who gets the buy in the UK squad? I believe it was Lee Evans.
But I think there should be a reserve where there's a top-up list every day, so that 1-2-8 is always complete.
Yeah, it was Lee Evans in the UK.
I think that 1-2-8 should always be complete, so there's a top-up list.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, I'm sure that not everyone is going to stay around until day 4, but there will be someone from that stage 1 which will take the shot on
100%,
one day.
Yeah.
Afternoon weekly darts cast. Guessing it's loud. Hope you are good. Morning, Joe. Hope you are good, mate. Stupid, Barry said.
Correct.
Reece Colley takes the opener against Connor Heenahan. Jack Tweedle 1-0 to the good. Adam Lipscomb 15 dart leg for the opener against Colin Osborne. Chaz Barstow 1 to the good. Daryl Pilgrim. This is going to happen again. Daryl Pilgrim, he had a great average yesterday and lost. Oh. You shouldn't laugh because it's not funny, but it is. Do you know what I mean?
It's just one of them, isn't it? Like, some environments are just better for people.
I forgot Owen Rolos was back at Q-School. 3-2 Dan. Ben Robb underway. 1-all. Titus Canick 3-1 up on Rusty Jake. Yeah, Anthony, I think that is part of the reason as well, 100%. So it's still 6+1 from FD. I haven't seen a change.
Me neither.
Our volume seem a little bit low.
I'm talking a bit quiet. Sorry, I forgot we're sharing one mic. My bad. Could use clip-ons, but they'd die actually, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they're not going to last nearly 6 hours.
Yeah. Is it not 7 AM where you are, Anthony?
7 o'clock, I'm done. My drop top, cruising the streets.
Who sang that?
Me. Will I be going to Wembley to watch Spurs in the League Cup final? No, I won't, because I still think we lose the second leg by more than 1 goal. I think we'll score at your place, but we're not going to keep you out.
Not with a cup.
Oh, who did you play the other day that spun you round first half as well? I like the tactic.
No idea. Can't remember.
It might have been Liverpool. It might have been United. Well, there was a game recently where they spun you round to make you kick towards the Kop first half. Big fan of that. Fallon's got 1 point at the moment, so she still needs a few more.
Yeah, Brooks doesn't even need a similar day. He needs a last 16, a last 8.
Yeah, he needs a point today.
As does Jimmy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few of them, 1 or 2 points today, and they're effectively Romeo done. 6 a.m. pitch black.
Are you Central, not Eastern? Are you Texas? Are you Texas? Yeah.
Oh, then 100% that Heenahan is all or nothing. Connor Heenahan's A game is incredible, but it's A or D at the moment. There's nothing in between.
He's not shown a lot of A recently either. Like, there's been a lot of drifting into the 5 section.
He's got a massively aggressive action as well, isn't he, is the thing.
Over in Europe, Titus Canick's 4-2 up on Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Nico Blum 3-1 up on Adam Gaulas. Gaulas was like favourite to meet Ranchki in the last 8 as well, who's 4-1 up on Tayson.
It'd be terrible if he didn't get a card, wouldn't it? Kavlas.
Pascal Voricius 5-0 up on Paul Goya, looking like he'll be the first player into the last 64, unless Alexander Merckx gets there before him, because he's also 5-0 up on Lenny Schluter.
Let me turn the volume up a little bit then, if everyone's saying we're low. Let us know if that's any better. I've just adjusted it a little bit. Corey Cabby won the jail open.
We don't talk about that anymore.
How's that doing his walk on? I'm ready to go. He's got the old magnetic darts.
No. An ankle tag.
Good morning, Bob. Hope you are good. Daniel, look, I know the World Series and everything like that. Look, do I think the Decker should be there? Yes, I do. However, one, his comments aren't going to do him any favours.
Nah, yeah.
And two, look, Peter Wright is still a big name. Look, is he playing well? Played better in the Worlds, but overall, did he have a good season? No. But he's still a name. He's still a draw, which is what they've gone for.
What Mike's done, shoot himself in the foot.
Yeah. Mike gave an interview to Belgium media, and the translations aren't great.
No.
Tell her he's worn his heart on his sleeve. And
Yeah.
Look, do I agree with him? Probably, but
They're not about to do him any favours, just put it that way.
No.
Stefan Hendrick is the first player into the 64 as a winner, beating Danny Van Tripp 6-2. That's 2 early exits for Van Tripp. He lost early yesterday as well.
Yeah. Colin Osborne has levelled it up with Adam Lipscomb. Adam Lipscomb's average is nosedived by about 19 points. Good afternoon, Dave. Hope you are good. How are you doing, Philip? Ryan O'Connor, bagels, Dan Hands. First bagel of the day. Chaz Barstow, 3-1 to the good. Heenahan has a leg back. It's not a great quality game against Collie, but Heenahan does have a lifeline.
Poor Goya doesn't, because he's beaten 6-1 by Pascal Voricius. As is Lenny Schluter, 6-1 loss to Alexander Merck. So I expect him to get a card this week. He's too good either way.
James, I agree. I think the Decker will be in Den Bosch if they go down the Benelux route. But that's more to do with regions. I think elsewhere might be a little different, shall we say?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Conor Heenahan has levelled it up with Reece Colley and then kicks off with a max. This is what I'm saying. Heenahan has these gears. I agree with you. We don't see them enough. But in terms of levels, his top level is exceptional. We just need to see it more. Yeah, I agree. I think Merckx is good enough as well. Look, New York is the premium World Series event. Let's have it right. That's the flagship World Series event. And I think it will be the Premier League 8.
Yeah.
Or they may chuck Peter Wright in there because of...
Yeah, at least one of the Americans wins. Sorry, Anthony. Sorry.
I fully expect New York to be the most high-profile World Series event in terms of the names that we get. Anton Iceland's still got a huge chance.
Mm-hmm.
You think a good day, you get to a semi-final today, all of a sudden you're on 5 points if you had started with nothing.
Yeah.
So there's no, you don't panic just yet. The cut-off for, was it EU, was 5 points and a healthy leg difference.
Yeah.
So you don't have to panic. Don't get me wrong, if you're on no points going into the last day, then it might be all or nothing. But you don't need, 2 days is still enough to do it. Conor Heenahan, 3 legs on the spin. The Irishman leads, as does Michael Flynn. Bradley Brooks 3-2 in front. Darryl Pilgrim was 3-0 down. He's won back-to-back legs here. Is Mr. P just starting to motor?
Killian Hunstead has just beaten Jack Larbe 6-1. Not looking good for the Frenchman to go straight back onto the tour. Might do in the world of good playing some more challenge tour.
Daniel, they're never going to have 32 players in a World Series. Anthony, have you, obviously, the American tour card holders, or North American tour card holders we know will be at the Garden. Has anyone else guaranteed their spot yet? Oh, Mark, 100%. Danny Baggage's last day heroics will go down in Q-School folklore.
6-3 win for Jimmy Van Schie over Simon Tayson. Increases his leg difference to plus 21 now. Still on 5 points. Next game for him would be for a point.
Yeah, Ben Robb has been pegged back to 3-all. He did lead this one 3-0. Rusty Jake still fighting against Titus Canick.
And he will play the winner. Van Schie will play the winner of Lucas Unger or Kevin Trotman for that point. That would basically secure him a card. Also on his board, though, Dominic Grulich, Dominic Neber, Gillian Kuhorn, and Daniel Rakovianu.
I'll tell you what, Paula is in the chat room. Hope you are good. Always a pleasure to have you in. Hope that tan is rocking. But yeah, Graham Hall is a 6-0 winner. Going back to...
He gets his card back.
Obviously, this isn't just North America. This goes for the same for everywhere. I understand there has to be qualifying criteria to get players in and give them all a chance. But also part of me wants to see the best players from those regions. And I look at Australia. Let's be fair, Raymond Smith should be in those World Series events. There is not a better player locally than Raymond Smith. He's good enough to compete with anyone. We've seen that. And we go to North America, that we've seen Gates miss out before. And look, incredible that the players have qualified for it, and that's what it's there for. But also, I think it needs the best players there as well.
I'm just worried that the PDC are already very selective with their lineups. If you then start going selective over the other route, then we never get to meet new players.
That's right, but I think there needs to be a balance between both. I'm not saying either one is right or wrong.
Michael Unterbuchner has beaten Sietse Lap.
I look at because of the great qualifying systems that are in place. A couple of years ago, we got to saw Jake McMillan and JT Davis for the first time, which was superb. So I fully understand that side of the argument, but also you want the PDC lads tested as well. And let's be fair, Australia was a non-entity this year. Yeah. For that reason.
Rusty J. Rodriguez has just lost 6-4 to Titus Canick. That strands him on 1 point after 2 days.
Ben Robb has lost... Oh no, he's just levelled up. He had lost 4 on the spin.
Trevor Burkill, a big 6-1 win over Hayden Robbie. Both players started the day on 0 points. Chance now for Burkill to get one on the board in his next game. David Prouston has beaten Stefan Dees.
Anthony says Campbell, Lalby, Van Dongen along with Gates are winning the Continental Cup and the cross-border winner, so 5 spots accounted for. So yeah, that's why 5 out of the 8 have already gone, and I look at the players that aren't there and that there's only 3 spots left, and some of the talent, Jim Long, David Cameron, Jeff Smith.
Cameron's going to be there because Cameron's getting a tour card.
Stobunts, Spellman, they all can't get there.
Yeah.
Just out of interest, Anthony, do we know, is Jules, how is Jules? Because we all know the struggles he went through last year. Is he in a place to come back and...
I saw a post from him on socials.
Where he was going to try and play left-handed?
Well, yeah, he couldn't get his thumb in the right position, so he was tinkering around, but didn't seem to be going too well for him. A few results for you from Europe. Patrick Decker has beaten James Van Bessie in 6-1. Dirk Telnikers is a 6-3 winner over Marcel Otter. Levi Frauenfelter has beaten Owen Roloff 6-5 deciding leg.
Jack Tweedle has beaten Adam Beck 6-3. Some comeback from Darryl Pilgrim this. 5-3. I remember he was 3-0 down and looking in a world of trouble. Mr. P has pulled it out the bag.
Jose Justicia, 6-4 win over Martin Young. And we're going to get a Spaniard back on tour.
Good morning, Laura and Maisie. Hope you are all good. Congratulations to the Joker. Nice shiny new shirt.
Mm. They've done it with every player, by the way. Lorraine had a new shirt last night. Looks really nice. And then it's just a big pink blob across where it says Target to make it stand out a lot. Like, they've been very creative with the way that they've done their shirts recently.
I don't like it though. I'm not saying it's wrong, but personally, I don't like it. Do you know what I mean? As in, I don't think it looks great. I understand why. Mr. P has beaten Adam Paxton. Adam Gavlas is one away from beating Nico Blom. Spiderlands has beaten Sergio Krasen in a last leg decider. Let's go to the end of this Ben Rob game because
they've been pretty neck and neck throughout in this one. Well, you better send us one so we can put it on our office wall, then, hadn't he, Laura? As our for keeping his family up to date.
Ben Robb is one away from elimination here. We'll have to win back-to-back legs.
Less of that fishing, Stevie. Scout's not English. No, I'm joking.
Hey, calm down.
Charlie Martin beats Jordan Rawlins.
Conor Heenahan has beaten Reece Colley as well.
Big fall off for Colley as well to finish at that 70 average. Go on, Maisie. You've got my address. Send it over.
By the way, how cute. Maisie, I love your Christmas cards, Maisie, as well. I did send a message and a video to John. I hope he did pass it on.
I sent her a Christmas card.
I don't do cards, full stop.
Me neither, but I did one especially for Maisie, knowing that she sent us one last year.
I sent a video instead. Adam Lipscomb has beaten Colin Osborne. Bit of a scrap, that good scrap, but one way than the next.
Is Lipscomb going to be this year's Willie Borland? Sneaks in to stage 2.
Ben Robb, this 60 will probably have to go, and does. We've got a last leg decider. Thomas Cromwell is a victor.
Lipscomb finished yesterday, 2 points plus 5, so he's only just outside the yellow. He's moved in there now, winning the next round with 3 points. Who will he play? Let's have a quick look. Where's he gone? Johnny Barnes or Sean Fisher? Sean Fisher is a name that pops up every single year we do this.
Yeah. Love that, Laura. Love that. Right, what feature can you want next in the UK? Oh, I am going to do it.
I'm going to knock you out.
I am going to do it.
The big dog.
Who let the dog out? Ooh, 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 ooh. Ben Robb is in a spot of bother here.
Carl Sneed, a 6-2 winner over Scott Campbell. Scott the Scot. Who's old? Who are you calling old?
Oh, I tell you what, if this is a lifeline for Ben Robb, this 116 is going to have to go. As Big Rig got it in the locker. Chaz Barstow is out.
Could have done without that. Needed him this weekend.
He could still make the A.
Yeah.
Carl Williams is a 6'4" winner. Adam Warner takes the opener against Charlie Manby.
Good news though, the Team Turner are back this weekend. Do you not have YouTube Premium?
No.
Peasant.
Don't watch it. It's just
Honestly, it will change your life.
annoyingly, YouTube Premium is free in America. You can shut the app up and it still.
He did, but Russ is unemployed as a ref right now, and I'm doing more TV darts than anybody else in the country. So 1-0 to me.
Ben Robb can't take the opportunity. This one's got nervy. They've both missed multiple match starts here.
No, I love Russ. He's a legend. And his 180 is iconic. Like, mine's crap. I know it is. There's only so many ways you can say 180, and literally everybody's come before me. So I focus on the rest. It is overpriced, Rob, but it also, it's just ridiculously good.
Ben Robb is out. Warming up.
Especially if you watch as much YouTube as I do, by the way.
Just warming up. Should we go Anton Ersten against Stefan Schroeder for feature game next?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I should say this out loud. He probably won't thank me for it. We were discussing who got through yesterday at work last night. And Matt Edgar predicted the wrong Swede to win. He had Ursland and he meant Tingstrom. Tingstrom got a card. Ursland lost first round. To be fair, I think my YouTube Premium comes to my phone bill now because I already had Spotify and everything else. If you have a Vodafone, you can get it on the entertainment package.
Fairs.
Yes, I do think Marvin Van Velsen gets a tour card.
Yeah, I do as well.
And he's going to rattle some cages next year.
Shane McGurk. Excuse me. Disappointing day yesterday for the Lakeside champion.
I suspect he'll bounce back today.
Yeah, I think so. But he is 1-0 down against Lee Budgeon.
Didn't he have a tour card previously?
Who?
Lee Budgeon.
No, he's played the Super Series. Doesn't smile very much.
Neither does anybody that plays on our channel. If you like to spend a week in Portsmouth, you'd be miserable as well.
Jimmy not there yet. Jimmy's on 5 points. I think if he wins his next game, he's done. Six and a plus 21 leg difference. I think he's fine.
Yeah. And he will play 15. Unger or Trotman are both players averaging mid-70s.
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy will be alright there.
Bowen and Fallon are on at the same time. Who are you showing? We'll let you fight it out to the death. And then it doesn't matter.
Mortal Kombat!
We should go nearest the ball, me v you. That's the rule to decide.
How we doing, Northumberland Geordie? Northumberland Geordie sounds good, but it's not as good as Aussie Geordie, is it?
How can you be both?
Northumberland's a... Separate county, Tyne and Weir, Northumberland, different
Yeah,
county.
so how can you be both?
Hey, Nico was an Aussie Geordie.
I had this argument with someone the other day, actually. They were trying to claim success for all 3 players from Bedlington, half of one of a management stable, and God knows what else. And I was like, hang about, mate. The best player to come from your region pretended he was Australian for a decade. No, Doz was like, Dozer will not call himself a Geordie, thank you very much. He'll be more than insulted.
If you call Dozer a Geordie, he'll come after you.
I did tell him Bedlington was just a small town in Sunderland, and he didn't like that. I'm only messing with Northumberland. I just winded someone else up as well if they're in the chat.
Afternoon, Simon. Hope you are good.
James Beaton beats Kirk de Ruyter 6-4. Kirk was the man that accounted for Shane McGurk yesterday in superb fashion, but he's been rubbish since.
He shot his bolt, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, win! Anton Ursland takes the opening at Stefan Schroeder. The Greek plate thrower John Michael was in trouble. Liam Mandel Lawrence is 2-0 down to Core Decker. Core!
I'd say, why is Andy Cass in as Andrew Cass? Because everywhere I've ever seen him elsewhere, he is Andy.
Pass. Afternoon, Liam. Who's the best player ever to play at Q-School? Barney. In terms of achievements, probably.
Yeah. In terms of record there, I think it has to be Cadby.
1 Q-School, 1 win. Oh, sorry, 2 Q-Schools, 2 wins.
Yeah, and both outright day ones, weren't they?
Day 2 was the one in Germany, but yeah. the best one was his first one. When he genuinely told the world, I'm going there to day 1 and winning it and coming home. Yeah. And he did.
He did the same with the UK Open qualifiers. He sat in my living room once. He goes to go, I'm going to win one of these. You should try doing the same, and then there's no pressure on qualifying.
Right. That's a good point. Price?
Maybe.
Marvin van Velzen is 3-1 up.
How did Price get his card, though? Did he do it outright? I can't remember. I don't think we were covering it back then.
I can't remember if it was outright or all points. Stuart, thank you very much for joining the OD club, mate. Thank you very, very much. Like I say, we've ordered the stuff, and we will be doing some members streams very, very soon.
That's when merch is up and running. We'll get you some discounts. And we're in a couple of talks with some partners for the year.
Yeah.
Might be able to help you guys along with that as well. Price won it outright on day 2. He beat Ruby John in the final. Maybe.
Mike, if you click on the join now on the YouTube homepage, it shows you what different tiers there are.
Maximilian Savinsky beats Yavaniko Janssen 6-4. That's a good one to say.
It looks like at this rate, you'll be refereeing John Michael again soon.
Is my hero. I love him.
Tommy Morris, Aaron Monk, 1-all. Does it connect? Anyone been to the Milton Keynes area? Has it recovered from Storm Monk hitting land yesterday?
Aidan Kirk 2-0 up on Jeffrey Heath. Big gap in the averages there. Solid start for Martin Grierson, 2-1 up on Jamie Owens. He's a Geordie-ish.
Why? Oh, hey, man. To be fair, I'd say Newcastle is one of my favourite cities in the UK. Love it.
My list is Nottingham.
Nottingham, yeah.
Nottingham again.
Please stop.
Smith Neal 6-1 win over Derek McLean. we're in big trouble calling J-Lo a Geordie.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that she's got.
No, losers don't have to mark Tim. They've got markers for every board.
Mind you, J-Lo was in hiding, isn't she?
She was in Leicester Square the other week.
She's still in hiding though, now that Diddy's banged up.
Oh dear.
To be fair though, Rob, when I was staying in Newcastle, I was staying Gateshead side for the river.
Newcastle is the only place in the world where I've not been allowed into a Wetherspoons because somebody was wearing tracksuit bottoms. Funny enough, he won 6-0 in the first round of the UK Q-School today as well. There isn't an even number, Frank, so there's an odd number. So there's 2 players that received buys. It was Lee Evans in the UK and someone else in Europe. I can't remember who. Let's have a quick look for you. Caden Milne got the buy in Europe.
Yeah, I always stay at, it was, it's now Leonardo's, but I always stay on what was the jury's in, literally just the other side of the river, and literally the Millennium Bridge is right there, just walk over and you're on the quay. It's perfect. What was that? Do you think Adam Smith-Neil should be allowed at Q-School? Jake, yeah, look, what he did was completely out of order and wrong, not condoning that one bit, but he was charged, he was punished, and he served a suspension. Once the suspension has been served, there's no reason why he shouldn't be allowed to compete again.
He's also not the first dart player to have ever reacted like that.
No, I agree.
The fact it wasn't a PDC or DRA event, and also wasn't live streamed or anything. He's been stitched up by not cleverly placed, obviously, but a security camera that actually normally they wouldn't have any right or access to that security footage either as a DRA. There's almost an argument he's been a little bit hard done by. Yes, I know he's assaulted somebody, but actually that's a matter for the police. That's a matter for criminal prosecution. At that point, it's not a matter for the DRA to get involved. You actually no, we're going to stop you earning a living for 9 months.
Yeah, I agreed. At that point, it's a police matter, not a dart matter.
Stitched up's the wrong word, Rob, but you're not like.
But yeah, at that point, it's not a darts matter.
Yeah.
It's a criminal investigation.
And if there's nothing found there,
well, that's the other bit. The other guy didn't press charges.
Yeah.
Scott 501, thank you very much for joining the club, mate. Massively appreciate it. Honestly, the support everyone gives us is incredible. Mm-hmm. And we do massively thank you very much. Oh, wait a minute. To the Met Office. There's another weather warning coming.
Oh dear, he's falling down.
Milton,
no, Tommy Morris might win his card and he can play on Sunday as well.
Milton Keynes, beware, there might be another hurricane about to hit.
It is in their contracts about bringing the game into dispute, yeah, which is how he's been done. But how many footballers have assaulted someone and carried on? There's a high-profile Premier League footballer who was done for sexual assault who's been playing for 3 years.
Well, there was a goalkeeper that killed 2 children while drink driving and still managed to play professional football upon his release.
Wasn't goalkeeper, central midfielder.
I thought McCormack was a goalkeeper.
Oh, there's 2 then. Adam Chapman did it as well.
Yeah, McCormack did it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Chapman did it when he played for Oxford as well. Got 18 months.
Again, the scamming rumours again. That's a criminal.
Yeah, or civil matter.
Civil, yeah. Oh, but by the way, I'm not condoning this. By the way, but it's not public, Philip. What's not public?
Alonso was the same, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan. Look, you can be against his personality and what he's done in the past, but like I said, it doesn't stop him from
earning a living,
playing this sport professionally. And that's not making excuses, like,
Oh, sorry.
it's just a fact.
Yeah, sorry, James, I've just got your thing. Yeah, the Dom Taylor suspension will be published in due course. Oh, 5-1, Tommy Morris. Brace yourself, Milton Keynes. Can someone...
Whatever you do, Tommy, do not get the gun celebration out if this goes well.
Can someone warn the officials to move tables, chairs, bins out the way? Can you do it from the app? I don't know.
Someone else said they did it from their phone the other day, but...
Let me have a look.
I'll be honest, I've never really done it elsewhere. Join.
I can't see it on the app. Andy Bolton has levelled it up with Steve Hind, Anton Ersland 4-1 up, Liam Mandel, Lawrence and Charles Cordecker 4-0. To be fair, Bob, yeah, Dylan does speak very, very well. I would imagine Hurricane Monk was quite strong yesterday. Yes, yesterday, Mr. Bizzle is from the Midlands. Plays in the same from Tipton. Shane McGurk is a 6-1 winner. Jared Cole 2-all. Aidan Kirk 5-2 up on Jeffrey Heath. Jamie Hughes goes in front against Jared Cole. Have you found it on the app?
No.
Mike, we're still looking if we can do it on the app, but definitely desktop. Well, Hurricane Monk Part 2 was Tommy Morris. No, Jared Cole was a leg away from getting a card. Is the closest he's been. If you want to join your membership, you need to close your live chat off on the app. Thank you very much, Rob.
I can't see it.
Yeah, Hurricane Monk inbound once again. Andy Bolton has won a last leg decider to beat Steve Hine 6-5. Yoshida Baba just getting underway. Yeah, agreed that. Jamie Hughes is a nice guy, but he doesn't smile very much. I agree. I can only find him in ADC vaults. Aaron, I didn't find him in anything else. Anton Ersland is a leg away. Aidan Kirk still needs another leg. Jared Cole does level it up. We saw again, Jared Cole, one of those players, a bit like Pilgrim, that when he is on the Pro Tour, he is always competing. Are you editing something?
Yeah, there's a link that we can add to our descriptions that people can then click.
Oh, okay.
So that should have done, but I'm not sure if it's going to update on the current one. But I've changed it on the default.
Drop it in the chat room.
Yeah.
Cheers, Mike. Thank you very, very much. And Philip, thank you very much for your super like, mate. Massively appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Honestly, the support you guys show us is incredible. Remember, drop us a like as well. Cheers, Stanley.
Try that link.
Kevin Burness trails 4-2. Tom Sykes warming up, as is Jim McEwen against Christian Perez. Graham Usher takes the opener. I think Graham will be a danger today. I really do. Aidan Kirk has beaten Jeffrey Heath 6-3. I've been maiden a 6-2 winner over Keith O'Neill. Jason Wilson has just beaten Jim Motson 6-4. Danny Jansen trails Roby John Rodriguez 2-1. Good morning, David. Hope you are good, mate. Any surprises? Yeah, a few. We'll go through them in a second for you, mate. I think so, Joe. I think you'll be all right. But again, Philip, thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Would you like Bo to get a card? Yeah, personally, yes, I would. Adam Warner is a 6-4 winner. Sean Fisher wins 6-5. Jared Cole has broken the Jamie Hughes throw. King of the Castle is in front. Adam Smith-Neal, he played in the World Championship qualifier. His suspension finished like the Saturday of Minehead, something like that.
The week before the Players' Championship.
Yeah. Let me see if we can sort that. 2 seconds. I'm going to have to start from scratch to get it right. 2 seconds.
Don't know how to, Bob, is the honest answer.
What's the question?
Put a join button beside the like button on the screen. There should be one. It's next to subscribe. So I refereed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Aaron. And then last night and tonight I am assistant producing. And then tomorrow night I'm players marshal. So yeah, I've done every day this week at the Super Series. I'll also be refereeing for Hampshire versus Dorset over the weekend. I'll try and get as many games in as possible before I then have to go to work. And then next week I am refereeing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of the Legends League. And then on Thursday afternoon I will be on commentary.
Is that a little better for Europe?
So in the UK, we have already lost Jimmy Bristow and Adam Paxton. Over in Europe, we've lost Christoph Kachuk and Ben Robb. All of those players started the day in green, so it's likely they may not finish the day there, which means pressure on and work to be done for the next couple of days.
Jim McEwen does take the opener against Christian Perez.
Because you're from a small town in Sunderland, Chris. Give it a rest.
There we go. What board is Burnett on today? Good question. Richie Burnett is on board 11 and will play Alex Williams in an all-Welsh tussle. Stephen, thank you very much, mate. Thank you for joining the OD Club.
Thank you very much. Must be the reason. Nope.
Yeah, Philip. God, do you want to pin your?
I tried, it wouldn't work. Scroll up a bit. See if you can do it from there. Pin wasn't an option on me. Keep going.
There we go. Philip, we've just pinned the message at the top of the chat.
Give it up with Chris.
Yeah, after Jared's game is finished, we will put Bo on. Sedler box, 5-all. Marvin Van Velzen's been drawn into a game here. He's in a last leg decider. Yeah, Cordecker has beaten Liam Mandel Lawrence. Well, Marvin Van Velzen, when he needed it, found something in that last leg decider. The former Super Series champion marches on. Josh Payne 2-all. Tommy Leishman 2-0 to the good. I missed. You're about 2 secs.
He's on the phone again. Bo on, please. Has Bo started? She has. Has he put Bo on? He's not. Could be that time. What's that one? It's not that one. It's this one. He's a nightmare for this, isn't he? Feature games when he's on the... It has finished. Perfect timing. Right, we need her and we need this. I hate his computer. I need that one. I need that one. No, I don't need that one. Stupid. I put the wrong greaves on. Sorry, Taylor. But your sister's a world champion. He's at the live lounge. Now, yeah, we're in our ODHQ, I think is what we're going to call it. It's Phil on the phone to Babe Station. Phil is Babe Station. It's just AI and a voice sealed. I reckon in Europe. Barber leads Tromler 3-2. David Cameron's lost the opening leg to Martijn Lagweg. Ooh, I like that.
Oh, I like that. Oh, by the way, how good does John look at the moment as well, after all the work he's put in? Looks incredible. Up the gambler indeed.
Daniel Perry beats
got
Kevin
Bowen,
Bennett
cool.
6-5. Yeah, man, I put Taylor on first. Just saw Greaves, I was like, yes! Shit!
Fairs.
Sorry, Taylor, your sister's more important.
Fallon is warming up as well. Basically, whenever Fallon and Bowen play this, whoever goes live first gets a nod, isn't it?
Is she underway now?
No, Fallon's still warming up at the moment. Big John Henderson warming up against Eddie Lovely.
Who is John playing today? It was a horrible draw.
He was on a horrid board.
Callum Goffin. So, yeah, Taylor is Bo's older brother. Why have you done that, you idiot? You've already got another time.
Massimo Dante trails Andrea Michelli.
The moustache.
Moustache. He's got a beautiful tash. Put Fallon in the Euro spot. It is tempting.
I did think about it as well, to be honest. But we had a request of Barber. If Barber's done and there's not a decent enough one, we will chuck a break on for a few minutes. Give the people what they want. Oh yeah, John O'Shea does take on Callum Goffin on a horrible board that includes a win in that game would see a Eddie Lovely or John Henderson match.
With Jared Cole.
Jared Cole and Dean Gallagher already through, as Jamie Hughes and Chaz Barstow have lost on the board already.
It's an absolute
I've just been sick in my mouth.
stinker of a board. No, you can't say things like that. People get warning for saying that on comms.
Did they? Wasn't me. God grows a moustache to Liverpool in the Premier League. No chance.
Has Tyus Canuck, I'm sure he's played. Christoph Kachuk lost, which was a bit of a surprise. Some big names gone in the EU, including Kachuk, Ben Robb, Sedlebox,
Rusty Jake, Nico Blum.
Owen Roloffs, Lin-Manuel Lawrence.
Success.
Tyus Canuck beat Rusty Jake 6-4.
I feel like that David Cameron Martijn Lagweg game has been going on forever.
Also, Kai Gotthard against Harald Milk. That's gone under the radar.
Horrible.
What's the bait for this afternoon? Tom Sykes is about to get bagelled. It's a bit of a shocker performance from Tom Sykes here, 72.
Eek. Das ist nicht sehr gut. Thomas Lovely now 4-0 up on Taylor Greaves. Bowie's faring a bit better though. She's 2 apiece with Tavis Dudney.
Yeah, Mike Warburton, he played quite well yesterday, averaging 96 at the moment as well. Josh Payne is behind again. Where does Josh Payne's career go if he doesn't get a card?
In the bin. No, I don't know.
Because look, he was successful, fell off tour, rebuilt himself, got back, did nothing, and then struggling here.
I just don't think he's one of those players that is gonna do something. I don't think Del Potso has played yet. He's 0-0 with Mladen Raduzavlej.
So our chat room is on absolute fire today, all smashing it. Karan Miok levels it up with Kai Gotthard.
Will Paul Nicholson ever return? I don't think so. I think it's the more and more we see this now as well, the more and more I think we're going to see, once players do turn over to the media side of things, I don't think they're going to make comebacks. Not a lot of them have got the drive for it. A lot of them start media because they're falling out of the game, love with the game, or go from a very high position to below anyway, and it just gives them a chance to stay involved, reinvent themselves. Like Mark Webster's done a fantastic job, Paul Nicholson the same. Dorrant doesn't enjoy playing anymore, I think he'll openly say that.
Yeah.
Then we look at, even in Europe, the players that have turned to punditry.
Max Hopp,
okay, trying to make a bit of a comeback now, but is he going to be the same level of player? Possibly not. Who else spoke? Is it Gian? Does Gian do a lot of panel work? Vincent as well. One of the...
Well,
Kim.
Paul Nicholson is one of the best analysts around. I think he is incredible. And like you say, I thought Mark Webster was brilliant at the World Championships. The way he almost anchored the Sky coverage in the absence of Wayne, that we all wish Wayne the very best, and that's horrific what he's gone through. But the plus side of it, Webby shone in that, doing that role.
Yes. Give it a rest, Chris.
Rob Moonencamp, he does a lot.
Yes.
What did MVG say about snake bites? Well, he didn't. It
said that Peter's not allowed to do certain things.
Yeah, he just said Peter doesn't get a lot of say at home. It's a bit like Gob. Katie says what Gob has to do.
Give it a rest. She conveniently forgot her keys yesterday, so if I made her get the bus home, she wouldn't have been able to get in, which is why I had to leave.
She's done your like a keeper there. Why isn't Paul Nicholson signed? But look, not just Sky, this is just in general the way everything works. Broadcasting sometimes isn't about the ability, it's about what agency you're with and so on. And that's not darts, but that's just broadcasting in general, that if you're with the right agency, right manager, so on, you will get opportunities.
Yes.
Tom Sykes is on a little bit of a comeback here, but still a lot of work to do. Mike, thank you very much for joining the club, mate. Massively appreciate it.
What a squad. Sykes is out.
Yeah.
Who let the Sykes out? Sherrick 2-0 up.
Oh, Anthony, you couldn't be more right. Again, some of the knowledge in North America that you could have on screen as well would be immense. Also, as soon as your calendar dates are available, pass them over.
Boom.
Yeah, Mike Kuyvenhoven is playing beautifully, averaging 102 against Jurgen van der Velde at the moment. Bo is 3-all. Fallon Sherrick is 2-0 to the good. Remember, if she could pick up a couple of points today or better would be superb for her. How are we doing now? I hope you are good. Chris, you can always have an autograph, my friend.
No.
I'll tell you one of the funniest things ever that I saw. You know, like on the darts selling sites and things like that, there was a signboard, and people were trying to guess who one of the signatures was on one of the numbers, and no one could guess it.
Did it say 138?
No, but it was mine.
Yours?
Yeah. And I still remember.
Why are you signing a board?
I still remember where straight up I was stood next to. It was 2019 because we were at the Red Dragon Champion of Champions, and I was stood with a couple of the guys from Wimble Red Dragon. There was 2 players and a PDC manager, and this guy came up to me. Oh, Phil, can you sign my board, please?
And then he forgot who it was.
He's just listed it for sale, and people were trying to work out. Obviously, you know certain signatures, and I was like, I know who that is. Are we putting Fallon on the EU one?
Yeah, sneak it on. No one will notice. Shh. There was some results in Europe while Phil was reminiscing about the time he was important. Brian Roman beat Victoslav Sedlak 6-3. I didn't say that. There was another one as well, but I can't remember who it was. I don't remember saying Daniel Major beat Dustin Straver 6-1.
There you go, chat room. Shh.
Sorry, Europe. We'll double you up in a bit. Yeah, leg difference could be massive in the UK because the difference is like a 5-0 here. It's the same as a Super Series or group stage. Win big, lose small. And actually, she's in a pretty good position with that.
Take Cheryl off Brexit means Brexit.
Yeah, Fez, sorry.
I'm a fan of that comment.
Can't argue with that, really.
Malika, I'll sign your board for you. I'll do a board signing day somewhere.
I got asked to sign some flights the other week.
Nice.
To stop me leaving the Super Series to sign some flights and for a photo.
Nice.
And I also got asked to send a signed photo to somebody in Germany. I don't do that. You're about to have a shower, Chris. Congratulations, mate.
Big moment here for Reece. Yeah, he needed that one, but again, only a hold of throw. Fallon still in control.
She was kidnapped. That's why Fallon's in Germany. Holding her hostage. Will I sign your microwave? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, honestly, Fallon's just holding that particular box on our screen hostage. She'll be off of it in a couple of legs' time, I think.
Yeah.
We're just organising the ransom to be paid for the box.
Oh, 4 apiece, by the way.
We haven't seen this for a long.
No.
We haven't seen this for a long time from Fallon.
The 180 hitting isn't quite there, but the 1 foot, the consistency. She hit a lot of 134s yesterday as well. Like,
yeah.
I knew that anyway. He put it on Facebook, but
4-1 Fallon Sherrick leads. That is very, very good from the Queen of the Palace.
be good that. Are the games warming up in the UK in the second round? Good question. I've got to. Yeah, there's 164 game. Lee Evans, Graham Hall. That is obviously on the board. That was short. That's two players that have just lost their cards. That actually both started to play all right towards the end of their time on tour. Yesterday, do you think Tom Bissell can have a talk? I definitely not. Didn't even know who he was.
No. Fallon Van Sherrick.
Close enough.
Max, thank you very much, mate, for joining. Massively appreciate you all.
Little team we're growing in. This could go, by the way. Oh no, wrong side.
Wrong side.
Don't worry about me. But if this doesn't go...
If this doesn't go, the 107 is in danger, I agree. But Max, thank you very much.
Doesn't go.
Doesn't.
What? 107.
And game. Good afternoon, Mark. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. Bob, thank you very much for joining the club as well, mate. Honestly, the support you guys have been giving us is absolutely incredible. And like we say, the Amazon order is in. We will be doing some members only streams. Let's go get the cameras set up. The brackets have been ordered.
Yeah, boy.
Then I'll give Gob a few lessons in dark arts.
Georgi Jahizki has just beaten Philip Schrader 6-2. Bob's joined the club as well. Thanks for joining us, Bob.
Appreciate it.
What's just for us, Chris? What have you done?
I tell you, a 6-1 win for Fallon again here. A leg difference would be incredible.
Mm-hmm. Christian Perez just beaten Jim McEwen, was that? Tavis Dudney's beaten Bo Greaves. She's gone again. Finishing just not quite up to scratch.
Back to normal for a few days.
We might as well. We'll change both. I appreciate there's nothing on the UK, but actually we need to put a UK back where Bo is, and there's no point swapping Fallon for a leg. So we'll change both at the same time. Elsewhere, David Cameron has beaten Martijn Lagerweg. I have no idea how to say that one. Give me 2 seconds. And Darius Labanauskas, a 6-1 winner over Rainer Stern.
Yeah. Has Whitlock played yet? Good question.
Where is...
Who would you expect to do better? I don't think there was... in terms of getting a card, I don't know. Because, look, don't get me wrong, within the ladies' game, Bo has been absolutely incredible. Mm-hmm. But Fallon has always said and continues to say that she would rather play in this environment against the men than the women.
Yeah. She's not taking out 36, but she does return to take out 9. And Fallon Sherrock is into a points match. She's into the last 64 with a 6-1 Reese over Reese Perez.
Should we go Keegan Brown, Jim Long for the UK?
Yes. Which needs to go on the Greaves one.
We've just had confirmation that the ransom money has been paid and Kalkar can now have their box back. Sorry about that, we were temporarily cyber hacked, but the ransom has now been paid.
Tom Sykes is out now. He joins Bristow and Paxton as players in the green that are gone.
Should we go... Oh, Kalkar Hart's about to win. So is Kyvan Hoven.
The only player with a better leg difference on 1 point than Fallon Sherrock is Brandon Weaning, who is a leg better off.
Kyvan Hoven is about to win. What game would you like from the EU? Should we go Sparrow against Caden Mill?
No, we've already had Sparrow today. We started with Sparrow.
Just the rest aren't that great.
Someone was asking about Del Pozzo earlier, so we'll give you some Spaniard.
What board's he on?
That one. You literally wrote on it.
I can only see half the top. From where I am, I can only see half the
Your
screen.
mouse is right on it. Got up Miox over now anyway, so. Because I've got a nice little ribbon there.
There we go. We can confirm the ransom has been paid and Kalkar has its box back.
There we go.
Oh, we've got 2 new members as well. Laura, thank you very much. The O'Shea clan. And Mark as well. Thank you, everyone. Massively appreciate it. No, Sam, although I like seeding for a lot of things, you can't seed Q-School.
Yeah.
I'm with you there. I'd say, yeah, I don't get me wrong. There are certain things like, I think the women's series should be seeded and so on, but you can't. But you can't see Q-School.
It depends where they sit the women's series in a definition.
How could I?
We love you, Maisie.
We love Maisie. Thank you very, very much.
No! A bottle.
Chris has joined as well.
Oh, let him.
Oh, Bradders. The OD is turning green. Yeah, forget darts rankings turning green.
OD's turning green, yes.
Jim Long is tuning up on Keegan Brown.
Oh, I'm really worried for Keegan.
Yeah.
He's another who doesn't strike me as someone who's got the drive to get back to the top of the game at the moment.
I love Maisie's argument there from Laura. Apparently I pay more for the boys' gaming PC streams a month.
I mean, she's not wrong though, is she? So.
I do love that girl.
Clever.
She is one smart
kid. She's going to go far. Work for us in 5 years' time.
John Henderson, 4-2 up on Eddie Lovely. Again, all our members, all our new members, thank you very much indeed. The channel is growing and growing at a great rate at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Big game underway, by the way. Henry Coates against Ted Evans. Henry making it to the last 8 yesterday, losing out to Aidan Kirk. Ted Evans up against it to go and get his card back. Lewis Pride leads Jason Heaver 5-4. Justin Hood's quest to own a Chinese takeaway.
Yeah.
He's 4-3 up. 5-3 up on Kevin Lane. How could he do that if he becomes a pro next year?
Just look at it. If Fallon wins her next game with her leg difference, she rockets.
Yeah. What age is Henry Coates? He's 18 recently. Also learned to drive recently.
She always wins because she makes us laugh. Ryan Finesse warming up as well. Scott Mitchell just getting underway, as is Mark McGeeney, Simon Whitlock, and it's McGeeney who takes the opener. Having listened to Simon, that interview that we did with him, is his heart fully in this?
Who?
Whitlocks to get a card.
No. I don't think half the players returning is, especially not those over the age of 45 that have managed where they are. There's just opportunities, isn't there? So it's not that their hearts isn't in it, but I just think that it's difficult for them to go in with 100%, knowing that actually it's not the end of the world if they don't get back there. Yeah. And for me, the issue is their heart, especially for a player of Simon's calibre and Mervyn King, for example. It's not about can they motivate themselves for this week, it's can you do it for the next 2 years?
Yeah, and I get that.
Because that's what you're signing up to. There's absolutely no point signing up to this for another year, getting battered every year and going, actually, no, I'm going to hand it back next year.
Will Merv King get his card back? Not sure. I think if
Again,
he does,
capable of a very good hour or so, but
I think if he does, he wins it on a day.
Yeah.
But I don't think he can get it consistently points wise. I don't think that consistency is there. But I think he can get it right for a day.
Yeah. If Whitlock doesn't get a card, can he still represent Australia at World Cup? I mean, he would be on the Challenge Tour, and he is a bigger name than Weaning. But at the minute, Brandon Weaning's not badly placed, you know.
Look, if there is another tour card holder, then he can't. The rules are quite clear. Mm-hmm. But if there is not another Australian tour card holder, I think that he will still get the call and the nod because of it's Simon Whitlock.
Yeah.
Kevin McDine is 4-1 to the good. Graham, thank you very much as well for joining. Honestly, you guys are incredible. The Live Lounge Live will be rolling into the northeast as well in the summer. We just need to pencil the date in, but we are coming. Justin Hood is a winner. Mark McGeaney is 3-0 up. When we say the northeast, where is it that Dan lives? Billingham?
Yes.
Billingham. Keegan Brown has a couple of legs back against Jim Long, but still trails. This is a big result potentially for Lee Evans. 3-0 up on Graham Hall.
Half of the country's basically Yorkshire. It takes the piss. Steve Haggerty's a 6-0 win over Danny Goddard. Meanwhile, Mikhail Schmeider has beaten Angel Rodriguez of Spain 6-2. Del Pozzo also finds himself 2-0 down to Mladen Radoslavljevic.
Boris Kirchmark won that as well. Look, he didn't get anything yesterday either, Big Boris.
Radoslavljevic. Yes. Radoslavljevic. Nailed it. Yeah, I got there in the end time. Radoslavljevic. I have messaged a friend on the one that.
To be fair, I've already spoke to one of those, Chris, and they are going to be coming to Billingham once we get the date.
Who's the bodybuilder? It is Daniel. Can't see his surname, so I don't get it wrong. It's not played yet, that's why. Rakovian.
Nathan Gervin is just getting underway. 1-0 down to Adrian Gray. Merv King. So this is what I mean. 4-1 up, averaging nearly 97. He still can produce. John Henderson. Is Eddie Lovely quite slow? Because it seems to be taking a...
No, he's some of it. Tribute to OD turning green, just give me the green light because somebody's going, don't joke. So I was listening to Radio 1 earlier. I don't know why, because there's nothing else available in this area about retuning all my things.
102.9 will give you heart.
I've got heart in my thing, but if I press it, it doesn't come up with heart properly. So I just put Radio 1 on. Greg James was on the radio, who does the breakfast show or whatever show was on at that point, and usually has an aversion to playing songs by Pitbull, but played Greenlight today in honour of Luke Littler. And name dropped him and said he's got to get him on the show, but he's busy at the moment. I was like, yeah, on a beach. Kevin McDine 5-2 up on Danny Truman. Greenlight's played at Villa Park every game now. Is it really? I'll get some atmosphere there, I suppose. No, I joke. Villa Park's great for watching. Tim Schultz has beaten Patrick Klingelhofer. In lots of trouble. He is now 5-0 down to Mark McGeaney. One of the best performances I've seen from him in a long time. That was a win for John Henderson, then that popped up and disappeared very quickly. The market was having none of that sticking around. Bang, 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 get me out of there. Greg Ritchie now 5-4 up on Alton McDyer. Can we swap Europe game because it's a bit naff and Andreas Harrison has just gone live?
Of course we can, darling.
Sorry, Del Pozzo fan, but he's averaging 66.
I think Justin Pipe just fell out of love with it and went, I'm Romeo done. Yes. Is the short of it.
Kutchmar leads Donny Sherwater 3-1. Meanwhile, Jarno Bottenberg's 4-2 up on Christopher Tunders.
Conor Heenan, Alan Norris. It's a decent little game.
Sorry, Sam, but you've got to be gone. Only he can.
So I was just double checking.
Where's my name on that? Because I've still got access.
No.
No, I have.
So posts keep disappearing.
Yeah, I've seen that. So I've seen them like pop up, and then I have to change. If I go on the home page and then click filter 2025 posts, they all reappear again. But yeah, they are disappearing at the minute.
Yeah.
Ted Evans beats Henry Coates 6-2. That's a big loss for Henry. Damage into the leg difference as well. Does stay 5th on the order of merit for now, but I suspect he won't end there today. Is there a reason Darts Connect is so slow and behind? Yeah, because just the traffic on it is ridiculous.
It just can't cope.
Yesterday, do you think Victor Ting should have a tour card? Yes, he's very talented. I've refed him a couple of times. Absolutely launches the dart though. One of those that you get worried that
repetitive strain and
just a slight tweak in that wrist might hurt him a lot. Keegan Brown, Jim Long now 4 apiece. Lee Evans 5-1 up on Graham Hall. Alan Norris leads Conor Heenahan 2-0. That's the last 64 game. A couple of last 64s in Europe as well. Kilian Hunstead has just started against Miroslav Grudziecki. Alexander Merckx 0-0 with Maximilian Savinsky. Jose Justicia 3-1 down to Ricardo Ulrich. And Anton Urslan 1-0 up on Adam Gavlas. Scott Mitchell 5-0 up on Jim Walker. Daniel Rakavianu, the bodybuilder, leads Gillian Kuhorn 4-3. Marcel Warpen's a leg away from the last 64. He's 5 up on Danny van Klompenberg. Jarno Bottenberg leads Christopher Toonders 5-3. After that big gamble from Christopher not to play on Wednesday, paid off with a few withdrawals. He seems to be up against it here, as he lost first round yesterday as well.
Yeah. Alan Norris, this is a good performance, but Heenahan has a leg back. Lee Evans has beaten Graham Hall. No points for Hall this time around. And Pilgrim and Smith Neal getting underway. Claflin getting underway as well. Finds himself trailing. Shane McGurk, Jack Tweedle, that'll be a decent game. The Joker, John O'Shea, just getting underway against Callum Goffin.
Go on, the Joker. No offence to any Callum fans, but... Gaulas vs Ursuland is a huge match. Yeah, that won't be quick either. Sparadans is into the last 32 after beating Caden Milne, 6-5 in that one. Lee Evans is also into the last 32 with a 6-1 win over Graham Hall. McDine's just completed a 6-4 win over Danny Truman. What's the news on Fallon? What does she need to do to get a card? She's currently on 1 point and really nicely placed on leg difference. She's 17th. Well, this might be out there actually. She's 18th on the order of merit as it stands, but her next game will be for a point, which would launch her with a win at least up to 8th and into the green. So don't get me wrong, there's still some players above her involved, but...
Anton Urslan, Adam Gavlas 1-all. Max Hopp just getting underway. Alan Norris 3-1 up on Conor Heenahan. Simon Whitlock's mounting a bit of a comeback here. He's 5-0 down, 3 legs on the spin for the Wizard. Keegan Brown has beaten Jim Long. Now that is a surprise. He's taken out 1-4-3 to do it.
I think it's got to be me. Oh, John's on. John Callan.
Big win for Keegan Brown. Didn't see that coming.
Me neither. Big loss for Jim as well. I think won first round yesterday, but didn't win a point. Yeah.
Whitlock's on course here to get another back potentially. What's going on here?
Let's flick the switch. Brown won the last 3 legs in 49 darts. Steady.
Better from McGeaney. That 17 has absolutely killed Whitlock.
Yeah, that's game over. Unless Max, but even Max is a horrible leave.
Yeah.
Arno Merck has just beaten Bernard Schrinkler 6-4.
Bradley Brooks won his first game. No, he just needs a point today and he's pretty much done and dusted. McGeaney to get the job done and he misses. Is Whitlock going to breathe again? Anton Erskine leads Gavlas 2-1. Alexander Merckx is in deep trouble.
Did you say Kutchmar beat Shearwater?
I didn't, but
6-2.
he needed that, Boris. The wizard.
What's going on here then?
It's a wizard duel in the Great Hall. Expelliarmus. Yeah, the official song has to be. But look, if we were picking an official song, we have one.
Yeah. And we're allowed to use it again now because he's not in trouble anymore.
Because he's not cancelled anymore.
Yeah.
Is Kanye West All of the Lights?
Correct. Scott Mitchell beats Jim Walker 6-1. While Florian Price, that's how you say it, German, 17-year-old beats Bruno Stockley. One of the two.
Oh, yeah. This would be some escape if he pulls this off.
McGeaney's head would be in a blender as well.
Oh.
John's turned it around from 1-0 down to Callum Goffin, now leads 2-1. 93 average, who's averaging 16 darts a leg.
And then kicks off 140, 180.
Beautiful.
180.
Don't do that again. It's my job.
By the way, I'm not saying I could referee to get a shit. Like, if something happened, I could referee. I'm not a referee, do you know what I mean? But I could do it.
Marcel Walpern, a 6-4 win over Danny Van Klompenberg.
87 for Whitlock.
These are annoying.
The orange ones are nice, aren't they?
I'm on a diet.
No, Stefan Belmont we've never had a Swiss on tour. Whitlock has missed the ball. McGeaney, to save his sanity, looking at 1-3-3. And it would save his sanity. That's gonna sting. His head has been in a shed, and then he produces that.
That's enough to make you sick.
Oh. Where has he pulled that from? Mark McGeaney. We've got some orange mini eggs. Oh. Andreas Harrison has found a break of throw.
Do we think he's gone to sing treble 19 double-double?
Possibly. Have you seen... No, I haven't.
Because whilst that is an acceptable route for 133, I also think it's more likely he's gone treble 20, treble 17, double 11, because he can't count.
Yeah. Yeah, Cam Crabtree 4-1 up on Jamie Durrant, playing some brilliant stuff. Crabtree averaging 92.
Day released Aaron.
Is he allowed sharp objects as part of his parole?
No idea. Ooh.
Maisie wants to know, do you like... yeah, I don't mind them. Look, peanut butter, crunchy peanut butter on toast is one of my favourite things in the whole world.
I can't stand peanut butter.
Yeah, Ted is out. Alan Norris is a leg away from beating Conor Heenahan.
Yeah, I've just done myself. I've got 338 days until get myself back on the Christmas card list. Terribly, I think, is the answer, Ben. Oh no, peanut butter's not for me, sorry. Couldn't have happened to a nicer twat.
Like that, Big Johnny, like that. Yeah, now crunchy peanut butter on toast is one of my favourite things in the whole world. The only problem is the calories are through the roof.
I had a Dairy phase last week, that was nice.
Daryl Pilgrim 3-2 up on Adam Smith nil. Carl Sneed and Tommy Morris just getting underway over in the EU. Plenty of last 64 games just getting underway. Jimmy Van Schie. That's a good question, Rob. My guess is he'll have had a nice set of new shiny target ones to be using.
Who's that?
John.
Don't know.
I know he was using some target prototypes last time he was at Super Series.
Sneaky.
New target prototypes the last few months, yeah, so. Shane McGurk 4-2 up on Jack Tweddle. Okay, Nico, alright. Sean Fisher levels it up with Adam Lipscomb. Yeah, it's a rarity for Pilgrim. Normally he finds a way to have the higher average and losing. Alan Norris has beaten Conor Heenahan 6-3. Andy Fallon won her first game 6-1. Just warming up. Bradley Brooks.
Two games still going in the 1-2-8.
John O'Shea is a leg away. 103 average. This is very good from the Joker.
two left in Europe now as Dmitry Zhukov beats Yasser Guena. That leaves Mladen Radosavljevic. He's 5-3 up on Jorge Garcia del Pozzo. And Andreas Harrison leads Hannes Bremerman 5 legs to 3.
Yeah, final 2 games in round 1 in the UK are John O'Shea, Callum Goffin, Cam Crabtree, Jamie Durrant, and Andreas Harrison, Del Potro.
To be fair, Joker does throw fucking knitting needles for points, so there's so much room in the bed once he puts one in. It's hard not to hit 180.
That's why I want to get, the right darts that we've got. Yeah. I want to put some long points in them.
Yeah, balance a bit off on the short barrel though.
Carl Sneed levels it up. 90 more. Ah.
Ooh. Chris, you might be a member now, but I will still block you.
I think Cena is probably the storyline they'll go down. What do you guys... look.
Get more pocket money this month, Chris. Good boy.
His target's John O'Shea. The Joker. Why so serious? And John O'Shea averages a ton, a 6-3 win. The Joker is into the last 64. And the Smith Nil has one back against Daryl Pilgrim. Where do we go next in the UK? McGurk Tweedle?
Tweddle,
Tweedle, same thing.
No, it's not. It's different.
Tomato.
Different. Yeah, whatever. So despite starting 5 minutes early, Europe might finish the 128 after the UK.
Andreas Harrison is in a bit of a scrap here. Oh, is that a lifeline for Dirty Harry? He will have the darts in the decider if needed, but he'll be hoping it won't be needed. And it's not. The 70 goes. Adam Smith nil. Daryl Pilgrim. Tidy little contest this one. That Kavlas Erskine game seemed to start 4 days ago.
Mm-hmm. It's still going.
Would you like Van Velzen against Towneckers?
Yes. One to eight's done in the UK. Crabtree beats Jamie Durrant.
Adam Smith nil has one back and is within one of Pilgrim. McGurk, many fancy to get a card, is one away from elimination. Not on his new Target shirt, Johnny. I think with the rise of darts as a sport, there will be a lot more cease and desists coming in.
Yeah.
The way more eyes are on it. I look at Pikachu, definitely.
Yes.
Send the box if he gets his card back.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this the last game left in the 1 to 8 in Europe was actually our feature game for a while.
No, it's still going on. Cool. Decker just getting underway. I forgot Jeff Ridgeway was back at Q-School. 1-0 up on Stefan Belmont. Mikhail Unterbuchner. 4-0 to the good. McGurk levels, last leg decider.
No, this is day 2, Paul, so 2 more days after this.
Yep, Saturday and Sunday. Tommy Morris, 3-2 up on Carl Sneed. I am going for Charlotte Flair, Chris. Graham Usher, Justin Hood, and another brutal game in the last 64. Darryl Pilgrim has beaten the big dog. Adam Smith, 0. And it looks as if McGurk is going to get away with it.
Just skip to about halfway down. Mind blowing. That's some serious shit. Shane McGurk has beaten Jack Tweddle 6-5.
Right, we're going Graham Usher, Justin Hood.
It's in the group.
Both on finishes here.
Lipscomb beats Sean Fisher. It's gonna be. It just feels like it's happening, doesn't it? Unterbuchner beats Born van Put 6-0. The winners in the 64 in the UK so far: Jamie Atkins, Shane McGurk, Alan Norris, Darryl Pilgrim, Lee Evans, and Adam Lipscomb. Who's the current up-and-comer that we expect to break? Like, nobody breaks through like Littler. We need to stop making that comparison for me. That's he's a 1 in a million shot in this sport. Like,
yeah.
And the more and more we say the next Luke Littler, the more and more pressure it's going to put on our youngsters coming into the sport. Especially if 17-year-olds go and get tour cards or 18-year-olds, etc. So, I think that's a dangerous comparison to make. We can compare to players such as GM Van Veen, who's the World Youth Champion, and maybe Josh Rock to an extent. But I think comparing them to Littler is just going to be a stretch.
Yeah. Littler's a generational talent. You can't compare.
There are some fantastic young darts players around. We've seen them in the form of Archie Self, the new WDF World Champion. But actually, if you go a little bit older, the likes of Henry Coach is here at Q-School, and we've seen Brian Branley play superb. Owen Maiden, a 6-4 win over Charlie Martin.
Yeah, Aidan Kirk 5-1 up and Carl Williams.
What about that young lad that was hitting? Jaden is very, very talented. Again, though, because he's so young, it's not the kind of pressure we want to pile on people. Like, Jaden's got 3-4 years until he's at the same age as Archie Self, who's WF champion. Like, Lex Payshouse is 13 years old from Belgium. He's already being tipped up as a superstar. Like, playing some very good darts. Lost in the semi-finals, I think, to Archie at the Lakeside. But the last time we saw a player from the continent with that much pressure was... What's his name? Dutch lad.
Justin Van ter Gaal.
Justin Van ter Gaal. He's not even playing at the moment. Made big strides in the WF system, stepped up to the development org and got battered, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Aidan Kirk, a 6-1 win over Carl Williams.
Jared Cole 1-0 up on Dean Gallagher. Tommy Leishman, Scott Mitchell warming up.
Russ Brace had an interview saw 14-year-old in India. Look, there's plenty of incredible kids out there right now. I can't remember his surname. Turgal Kulaseka, I think, of Mongolia is another. He's got a competitive 9-darter to his name already. And he was playing on 19s because he wasn't tall enough. 171, 174, 156, I think, was his out. But he knew when to switch her as well. Like, and you look at his JDC stats, I think he lost 2 games all week when they went to Gibraltar recently, and they were to Ryan Brandy and Lex Payshouse. Like, he didn't do anything wrong, and his team's been beaten in the quarterfinal. He's not quite got there in the pairs, and he's lost in 2 singles events to those 2 players. He was absolutely unbelievable. Kai Fan Lung did just win 6-4.
Tommy Morris has levelled out with Carl Sneed. Bradley Brooks in front. Mike Warburton, Herman King. Oh.
Yeah, the Potso has just won. That game took forever. As for last night, I thought Laura played well. She took her chances, which is the key thing. Obviously, look, Lisa going 0 from 4, I don't think anybody expected, especially after the way she played in Group A. But if she's there for the taking, you've got to take those chances, and that's what Laura did last night. Which, considering the pressure that I think Laura puts on herself, even more so as a player now, because she has the media side of it as well. So there's more of a, right, I've got to go and back this up now because I'm giving an opinion next week. It becomes a little bit more difficult for Laura to play with the freedom that perhaps her game deserves and needs.
I think it's harder to play when you're actively in media as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So she's giving opinions on these players week in, week out, and then she's playing against them, and then she's got to back it up with a level that warrants the public opinion going, actually, yes, Laura is good enough to be given opinions, because 9 times out of 10, the biggest criticism you see levelled at Wayne Mardle is, well, what's he ever won? Well, not a great deal, but he knows what he's fucking talking about. Like, that's not the only criteria to be a good pundit. So to only take observations from players who have achieved loads, like Phil Taylor is not a great pundit in my opinion. Greatest dart player that ever lived. But I don't want to sit and listen to him talk about darts for 6 hours.
Van Valzen is in trouble. Taranaka's 4-2 in front. Jono Botmanberg 1-2 the good. Graham Usher trails Justin Hood 3-2. Could be about to be 4-2.
I'm not sure on commentary, Jack. They're doing an evening with Phil Taylor next Saturday, so that's an afternoon thing. And then he is sticking around to do some punditry, but I'm not sure about commentary. I've not heard that. I might be wrong.
Stephen, I could talk about darts for 6 hours. Don't worry about that. A lot of misses on doubles going on at the moment in this Hood Usher game. James Beaton is in front.
Interesting. He's not on my list, but I know he's doing some punditry. But if he's doing a couple of games on comms as well, then
who's that?
Taylor next week. Trevor Burkhill just beaten Jason Wilson 6-2. How's Bam Bam doing today? Won his first game, still waiting on his second.
3-3 at the moment. Bam Bam with Martin Greason.
For Taylor at MODUS.
Don't
know, Paul.
Dave Clark was absolutely incredible.
Wow. Jimmy Van Schie is out. He's just lost 6-4 to Kevin Trotman. He was basically that win away from dark greening, I think, or as close to it. But him and Sedlacek, the top 2 players in the order of merit in Europe, have been beaten already. We've already lost number 1, number 2, number 6 and 7 in Merckx and Kachuk, and 10 in Jurgen van der Velde, meaning places are going to swap over in Europe. In the UK, we've lost number 3, Tom Sykes, number 4, James Howard Hughes, number 6, Henry Coates, number 7, Jimmy Bristow, and number 8, Adam Paxton. So again, a lot more moving around in that one. It's that bottle, Nico, and I do own one, but my gas is out at the minute, so it's just Pepsi Max, can't I?
Yeah, like Dave Clark, an incredible man, an unbelievable presenter, I agree. But I have to say, I think we have got an incredible presenter right now. I think Emma is sensational.
Honestly, Anna did a fantastic job when she came back in. Anna's debut year left a lot to be desired, didn't it? It was like, right, presenter with lots of presenting experience. It didn't really seem to click with the darts. It's a bit like Goldstein in the past, but actually...
I thought Anna was a lot better this year.
Yeah, I thought she was superb. And I think it was noticeable when she wasn't there in the afternoons as well.
Only known as Centre Box, please, yeah.
I got a lot of time for race stubs as well.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to nick Phil Taylor's phrase, but it is strange to me, having worked in the seniors environment for the last 3 years, having known all these players and been in that environment where actually, like, we've been socialising after a night with Ray, and we're trying to ask him questions about what he does, and all he cares about is what we do and how amazing it is that we've got social media and how many people we've got liking tweets and stuff, and he genuinely got a real interest in it and really helpful, really insightful, loves what he does. So yeah, I got a lot of time for Ray. Did a great rendition of Get Your Rocks Out in Blackpool this year. How did Scott Campbell got on? I think he lost in the opening round. He did. He lost 6-2 to Carl Sneed of Lancashire. Where does Kirk sit on the order of merit table? Quite highly. He's currently second.
Yes.
We are. You won't find a bad word on this channel said about Dan Dawson.
Dan Dawson is an incredible broadcaster.
Yeah. Devon dipping his toe back in again recently, yeah.
Yeah, Dan is sensational.
Going to see him next week, playing down at Super Series again.
I think Core Decker's taller.
Which is saying something, because Jimmy's walking massive.
Yeah.
He is a big old boy.
Carl Sneed has beaten Tommy Morris in a last step decider.
Thoughts on Bridgie? I think he's very enthusiastic. Don't mind him as an interviewer.
It's a different style.
Wasn't sold on his presentation. Daniel Perry beats James Beaton 6-5.
Beaton led that one as well. 2. Andreas Harrison 2-1 up on Franz Rocha. That's a brutal game for the last 64. Dean Gallagher has won a couple of legs on the spin, has levelled it up with Jared Cole. Justin Hood on the verge of beating the gambler Graham Usher. Kevin McDine levels it up with Thomas Lovely.
Berger and Keegan Brown underway. Yeah, Bradley Brooks 5-3 up on Martin Grierson now. He's run into some solid performances this week, hasn't he?
Excuse me.
So that would...
Two-man skiers an inch taller. Fairs, I thought Core was taller, but again, they're both huge.
6 points and a +1 leg difference is the projected cut-off from our friend Lendl at FDI. Bradley Brooks. Where's he gone? 5-3, so that'll be a +3 again. It's about to be 6 points +24. So even if he lost back-to-back 12s, his leg difference should be enough. What's your thoughts on Kirk securing a tour card? Would love to see it. Really, really great guy. I think he's in a better place than he has been when he's gone back on tour. Just hope that it's not a case of 2 years on tour, loses it, ends back here again, because that's the cycle he's got to break now. And I think he'll be the first to admit that. How did the Palmer brothers get on today? I know one of them's out. As is Boris Kirchmark, Kai Gotthard, 6-5 win there. And Dirk Telnikers just beat Marvin van Veltzen. Two of the big favourites to get a card have both just lost in a short space of time. Palmer.
Right.
Ricky lost 6-1 to Michael Flynn. Ryan beat John Davies 6-2 and is currently 4-1 down to Josh Payne. Jeffrey Desvan has beaten Stefan Belmont 6-4. Has the door just opened for him to pick up his card today? Two big names departing. Have you turned up the ads? We haven't.
No?
But we might be quieter because of the way that YouTube balances audio. So what you've done is you turn up your device and then they play it the natural.
Fabulous start here for Keenan Thomas against Fallon Sherrick. 180, 140, 140 against the darts. That'll do.
A family won this as well. Keenan is Martin Thomas's son.
If he can keep this level up, he'll be alright.
Note first aid doesn't count as a point, Jack, because there's not a full round, so somebody had a bye, so it's not fair, they can win less points. So both Q-Schools are last 64 onwards. Yes, Anthony, they're not allowed if they are only if they are long-standing resident of a European country.
He can't miss.
What's going on?
He is flying. can't miss.
What has Fallon walked into here?
This is a performance.
Can't keep this up. No, Jack, so that's why the rules changed. So what players have done in the past is withdraw on day 4 that are on the cusp to protect the leg difference.
Correct.
But actually every game should count in leg difference. So but it's not perfect. We prefer a top-up system. So that every game is worth something, but we haven't quite managed to put that in yet. So. Yeah, we're 78 earlier. What a turn up this is. Keegan Brown's 3-0 up on Pete Burgoyne, had a pretty good day yesterday.
Yeah.
Adrian Gray, Christian Perez just got underway. Jared Cole 5-3 up on Dean Gallagher. Adam Warner a 6-5 win over Michael Flynn. Well, can we say his nickname?
Fallon's missed the dart at tops to break back. Thomas now looking at double 5 for a 2-0 lead.
Bradley Brooks was 5-3 up. He is now 5 apiece with Martin Grierson. Does he know that this is a card?
I would suggest so.
I mean, he's just left 41 after 12 with Grierson back on 2-2-4 after 9. So unless this is a maximum. Meanwhile, Daniel Close has beaten Patrick Decker 6-2 and Core Decker a 6-4 win over Levy Fraunfelter, and Grierson's left a bogey number. Bradley Brooks as good as Kalkar. I'm going early. I'm going very early.
That's unlike you. No.
I'm doing it.
Are you saying Ryan Sells in the match play as well?
Nah, fuck off. Never. Not unless it gets a haircut. I trust Lendl's numbers, and with that leg difference, 6 and plus
6 and 23.
6 and plus 1 was the thing. Now it's 6 and 24. So even if he loses back-to-back games now, 6-0, he's still plus 12 legs.
Yeah.
The chances of that not being enough are very, very slim. Welcome back to the tour, Bradley Brooks.
I agree.
A couple more wins would make me feel a lot more comfortable about doing that, though.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
6-6 in that leg difference, he's fine. Andreas Harrison 5-2 up on Franz Rocha.
Core Decker now 5 points plus 18 in the EU. Must be okay now. Yeah, the projection on that one was higher legs. It's 5 points plus 13. So actually not yet, Don Messer, because he can now lose 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. Oh, Bradley can still lose 18 legs actually. He can lose today, tomorrow and whatever, but yeah.
Where has this scoring power from Keelan Thomas come from? It's incredible numbers.
Imagine practice session. Yeah, I got there, Bazza. Could you imagine practice sessions between him and Martin if they're both going at each other like this?
He averaged 78 in his first round game. Now we're seeing scoring power from the gods.
Rest of the world, Anthony, can pick where they want. So if you notice, Jim Long's currently playing in the UK, whereas David Cameron chose to go to Europe. Same with Australia. Ben Robb, Kiwi, is playing in Europe, but Brandon Weening is playing in the UK. Caden Milne's gone to Europe as well.
Yeah. Staying for a while. Yeah, Henderson, John O'Shea underway as well. Big game for both.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't make any sense. It's never fit.
Yeah, got to play first.
Like signing Jack Wilshere. Do you think we've been cursed by someone because we produced Ashley Cole, that then we've had back-to-back potentially very good left-backs in this country, Luke Shaw and Ben Chilwell, and they've both gone to shit?
Yeah. Fallon needs to punish that 44 from Keelan Thomas. Does, Dan? Anyone ever hit that before?
Luke Humphries to win the Grand Prix. It's the only time that should be. Oh, they've changed it! Ooh.
Oh. Still a finish.
Yeah.
She's hit that before as well.
Trying to work out how they've done that and how they've miscounted. What they've actually done is tapped the wrong number.
Put the wrong
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Woo!
I think she's gone outside. Again, for a 4th breaker throw in a row. That's the first mistake she's made in a long time.
Yeah, and it will hurt.
That was to break straight back again. Now Thomas for a bit of daylight. There is daylight. Fallon is up against it here. 3-1 down. Thomas Lovely is 4-3 up on Kevin McDine. Melvin King 4-3 up on Mike Warburton. Tavis Dudley and Mark McGeaney just getting underway. Christian Perez 1-0 with Adrian Gray. Pete Burgoyne trails Keegan Brown 3-2. Steve Hegarty 3-2 up on Nicholas Ellis. Tommy Leishman behind 3-1 to Scott Williams. Brandon Wheeling 4-2 up on Ted Everts. Some good games warming up. Lewis Pride, Cam Crabtree, Darryl Pilgrim, Josh Payne, Alex Williams against Lee Williams, John Henderson, John O'Shea and Alan Norris, Justin Hood. David Cameron has just levelled it up in the EU with Anna Merck. Yeah, look, Graham Hall's still got a chance. Look, there's two days to play for. Yeah, Scott Mitchell is still in, currently 3-1 up on Tommy Leishman. Ryan, I don't really play online stuff, so I probably can't answer that. Best apps, and that's not my thing.
I've used Go Darts Pro a bit. They've got the JDC practice routine on there. I quite like that. Harrison beats Franz Roche 6-3.
So James, the projected cut-off at the moment in the UK is 6 points plus 1, and in the EU 5 points plus 13. It's a long time since I played with any averages or anything like that.
12.
I'll take that.
And the love is related. Yes, father and son. It's quite a bit of family connection going on in a minute. You've got the Loveleys, we've got the Whitlocks, the Greaves are both there.
Yeah.
Keenan Thomas is Martin Thomas's son. You've got Hayden Robbie, who's the stepson of Conan Whitehead.
Yeah.
The Palmers.
The Browns.
Yeah, although only JB's there, Steve didn't go. Which is which? Eddie is the father, Thomas is the son. When's Bobby going to start playing? No idea. Could you imagine? I think their dad Dave plays, or used to a bit.
I think he used to. Bo's referenced it in plenty of interviews.
Yeah, Janti van der Berg's currently playing. Jurgen van der Velde's sister plays on the women's series as well. Just the one Monk, correct. Any more family relations I can see?
Fallon's let this leg slip a little bit. She started it brilliantly, but 2 troubleless visits. Just let Thomas back in. Fallon needs something here. That's not enough.
Bethians has just beaten Pascal Varisha 6-5. Zango Rodriguez and Carlos Figueroa, no idea. Jamie Nephew to Dozer, correct. That's not very nice, Ron. 12 years younger than Phil.
What a setup that is from Fallon.
Beautiful.
140, 46, 60, 60, 171.
Are Lee Williams and Alex Williams related? Because they're both from Wales and they're playing each other.
But let's be fair, Williams is quite a popular name in Wales. Fallon breaks back. We are back on throw.
Levi Fraunfelder is the brother of Giovanni's girlfriend. Yeah, there's a couple of those in darts as well. What would it be like to see both Vandenbergs play on tour? There's actually a third one.
Yeah.
So this is just Zanti, which is the youngest of the three, I think.
I think so.
Vianney used to play as well. I've actually played Vianney on the development tour. I've marked for him. I can't remember which one. We were on the same board at one point.
How many RJRs are there? 3 or 4?
4, but 3 that dart.
Yeah. Simon Whitlock is out today. Better from Thomas here. He's responded. Both just struggling to hold throw at the moment as David Cameron levels it up 4-all.
Any more relations we can find at Q-School? Janssen's pretty common, but you never know.
Yeah.
I think that's about it off the top of my head.
Fallon just needs to apply pressure and hope Thomas misses. She's done her bit.
No, we don't think so, Viv. There's too much on the line. It's not fair to just select the odd board whilst players are playing for a tour card just because they might be a bigger name.
Yeah. Big opportunity here for Fallon. Thomas has bust.
Get on a Desvan train. Desvan's done me in something wrong. Big on a dev tour once upon a time, 4-0 in 6 minutes. And then we played pool at the Unicorn launch, and I think he beat me there, which is saying something because I'm a good pool player.
To be fair though, right, where are we with Jeffrey Deswan? Because no doubt he has incredible ability, but we don't see it enough. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
He's another one that's been tainted by injuries and stuff, though, isn't he? And got the right practice partner.
Big score here from Fallon would make this one interesting.
Oh, what a shirt that is, by the way. Jeff Heath. It's got Chris Kamara on the back that says unbelievable Jeff.
Fan of that.
I like that.
Fallon not taking the opportunity was there. David Cameron has found a break of throw. He now leads and will throw for the contest. Kai Gotthard 1-0 to the good. Again, Fallon's setup play has been so good. Thomas, this 120 may have to go for a level game. It doesn't. So Fallon Sherrick has the opportunity for a 2-leg cushion. 60 went in the last leg. Will 68 go here in leg 8? No, it won't. So Thomas looking at 60 to level us up at 4-all. Jeffrey Spyrodans has levelled it 3 apiece with Max Hopp.
Gun to your head, do you think Fallon will get a card? If she wins this game, yes. Not necessarily today, but I just think it shows that there's the level there. Jana Bottenberg is out, beaten 6-4 by Georgi Juritsky.
And Fallon has broken.
Yeah, 5-3 up. So this will put her on 2 points.
What I like about this performance from Fallon, forget the average, it's the maturity. Mm-hmm. Because early on, Keelan Thomas could not miss. He was averaging Luke Littler numbers. and there was no panic there.
Yeah.
It was just we just get on with it.
Deswan. I want to go back to that Deswan bit as well, because it says that he had mental problems, had a big interview in Dutch paper months ago, suffered with tax problems and depression. Whose job is it to educate people on self-employed tax as a professional sportsman?
It's a good question.
Because it's such a niche topic. Not everybody turns into a professional sportsman, and obviously your earnings are different. They're taxed at source a little bit on a levy, depending on what country you're in. But he's not the first art player to have fallen foul of tax issues.
No.
And he probably won't be the last. But not everybody is managed. So, like...
Yeah, that's
it's quite easy to get an accountant or do this or do that, but, like, you've got young players, such as Desvan. He has still got a lot of time to go in his career, but he's also jumped up quite early. Should the PDPA be doing more? Is it the job of the PDC to go, right, go and do these things now?
I think the PDPA do have stuff there. It's where the players listen. Look, I'm as guilty as this. All right, I'm self-employed. I literally send all my stuff to my accountant and say, deal with it.
Yeah.
And I'll put my hands up about that. I just say, right, there's all my stuff. Work out how much you can get off of it and what have I got to pay.
Yeah. Yeah, Stompy's another. There's rumours of 1 or 2 more on the tour as well. Look, I'm not saying it's 100% on someone else other than the player, but I know from, when I left school 13, 14 years ago now, being self-employed wasn't really something you ever covered at school on what to do at that point. Like, they're the sort of things that don't get taught. So how then do you educate yourself on that, especially if you become a dart player at 19, 20, jump straight on that tour? Like,
Fallon Sherrick has mismatched darts.
That's what I'm saying, Tech. So maybe there should be a couple of mandatory learning sessions that you have to do if you want to play on a development tour or something. Because Desvan has played on a development tour.
Yeah. What I will say also is Desvan is managed.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's an excuse there.
No. I've just had a message from another player going, it's 100% on the manager.
I was going to say, Desvan is managed. Fallon Sherrick is a 6-3 winner. Again, a point now and another +3 on the leg difference.
Who's that ticking over?
John O'Shea, again, big averages.
David Cameron has beaten Arno Merck 6-5. A bit scrappy in that one. But Cameron does know how to close out these kind of games. I'm still backing him to get a card this week. He's far too good in that field.
Consistently, I'm not sure he wins one outright, but I think he clocks up enough points.
Just keeps ticking away.
Yeah.
I think we're on the draw can do him in a couple.
I think he'll pick up 2 points here, point here, maybe 3 here, 2. Yeah, I'm with you there.
Well, really good.
But yeah, big win for Fallon Sherrick there. Tommy Leishman has turned it around. He now leads Scott Mitchell 5-4. Mitchell led that one 3-1 at one point. Brandon Weeding has beaten Ted Everts. Fallon Sherrick is now up to 12th.
So Lewis isn't going back to Q-School this year. He said he's going to take a year out. He's publicly stated that he intends to play on the MODUS Super Series and get back to enjoying it.
I'm saying it now. I don't think we ever see Adrian Lewis play PDC darts again.
No, me neither.
And I hope I'm wrong with that.
Yeah.
But I just don't think we'll see it. Who would you like? Neuster against Harrison?
Yeah.
Or
Grulich has taken a while, but nearly
Roby
over.
John?
Is he there as well? Your pick.
Harrison.
Of course. Time for me to stand up. The worry is if I stand up, I'm just going to keep wandering in and out to throw darts.
I just prefer standing sometimes.
Yeah, my bomb's going now. Bruising man coccyx. I hope the microphone caught all of that word. Mark McGeaney, 6-0 win over Tavis Dudney. He's flying now.
Yeah.
After that win over Simon Whitlock.
Just looking as well that, again, I know it's all if, buts and maybes, but if Fallon can get to 3 points, leg difference, she would rocket up that table quickly.
But she's still got to pick those points up.
That's what I mean. I know she's got. That's what I said. She's got to get those points, but that's huge already. Especially when you look at the players above her: Paxton, Bristow, Coates, Howard Hughes.
I've gone for today.
That's something they're all gone today.
Hour.
So if she can get points today,
it adds that pressure onto them tomorrow.
That's what I mean. It adds that scoreboard pressure.
But then there is also players going to come from absolutely nowhere that haven't won a game for 2 days, that then suddenly make a quarter final tomorrow.
Chat room, you are on fire. Big Johnny, right? The way darts is right now, and I appreciate that landscape can change. Adrian will earn more than enough on the exhibition circuit to get
done it for the year with the
correct
minor events as it is.
He will earn the way darts is right now. He will earn more than enough to get by. John Henderson has levelled it up with John O'Shea.
Plus, if he does play a weekend, look, there's plenty of specials weeks coming up in the next few years of the Super Series. So even if he doesn't make the main series and do damage there, he'll still make appearances, etc. Gotthard, 6-0 winner, by the way. He could be the man that goes and picks up a card in the EU.
Completely agree.
I look really good there, and I'm like, yeah, brilliant. And actually, my head's cut off.
Do you want me to raise it up a little bit?
It might be a case of zooming out a bit. Did we zoom in? I'll just zoom out.
Will we zoomed out to the max?
No.
It's only taking us up a little bit. Shane McGurk.
It's bad.
Craig, Richie and McGurk has taken the opener. Justin Hood won it up on Alan Norris. Lee Evans and Andy Bolton just getting underway. Mitchell has levelled it up. He's 5-all with Tommy Leishman. Christian Perez leads Adrian Gray 4-3. An absolute belter on our feature game. John Henderson, John O'Shea locked at 4 apiece. Lee Williams is winning the derby over Alex and Cam Crabtree, 3-2 up on Lewis Pride. So it's nice to see Darrell Pilgrim in at the last 32. Could this be the day for Mr. P? Oh, Stuart, absolutely. This is a fabulous tie between Hendo and the Joker. Wouldn't mind if that was the final, but the fact that it's the last 64 game means one of them will not get points. John O'Shea did sign for target today.
Will he be on target by the end of the day for a tour card? Too easy.
Poof, poof. I'll tell you another one I could see. I could see Adrian Lewis doing I'm a Celebrity.
Could you?
Yeah. The way darts is, it's so hot at the moment. You can't have a current player in because it clashes with the Worlds.
Yeah. Glenn? Yeah, but then he's got to spend 3 weeks with money.
The money they pay, I'm sure, would make it worthwhile. I think he is, in darts terms, I think they could make it work. John Henderson has turned it around. It is 3 legs on the spin for the Highlander. Great game this. Fabulous stuff from both. Mervyn King is into the last 32. He's 1-1 with Jamie Atkins at the moment. Greg Ritchie now leads Shane McGurk. Back-to-back legs for the Scot.
Shane McGurk was a banker for a card 2 days ago, and now I'm a bit worried for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree there, Johnny. I don't think Phil is physically able to do I'm a Celebrity.
No.
So that's why I think Lewis could... The other obvious one would be Wayne.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Wayne would be hilarious. Sean's in. How we doing, mate?
How we doing, mate? Hope you got good. John Part in the jungle would be hilarious. I'll give you that one.
Is he famous enough?
Leicester.
The risk of the risk of being disrespected by the gob instead of the wall is Part famous enough for a UK I'm a Celeb.
Disrespect from the jungle. Tommy Leishman has beaten Scott Mitchell.
I also think, given that sparkly number that he wore on semi-final night, he might be better suited for Strictly. Maximilian Savinsky beats Leon Webber 6-4.
Disaster for the Joker this leg on his own darts and hasn't found any big scores. John O'Shea will get the opportunity here, the Highlander, to book a place in the last 32. John O'Shea has left tops, but is it in vain? Match darts for Hendo. Don't often see him in this area of the board, but he's got the job done. Hendo beats the Joker 6-4.
Brian Roman is out. 6-4 loss to Angelo Balsamo. If we're on about Aaron Monk smashing the place up in the UK, look out, Kalkar.
Hurricane Roman about to hit land in Germany.
Was that another win for Perez then?
Pilgrim Payne as feature?
Yeah.
Oh, come on then.
Put me in the jungle, no chance, mate.
Would you not do it?
No. No way. I made Katie get rid of her cat when we moved. There's no way I'm going. That was our second date picking that up as well. Do you want to go on an adventure? It's like, yeah, alright. Name the town. I was like, oh god, we're going to our ex-boyfriend's to get something. No, we're picking up a fucking cat. Let's go up at a 9 data in practice for a real game. I have not, Joe. My best in practice is a 10. My best competitively is an 11. Gone back to back 4, 5, 6 times, something like that.
That's winnable.
Yeah. But no, I've never hit a 9.
Genuinely, I hit back to back in a league game. First time I went up there and I couldn't stop it shaking.
The first time I ever hit back to back, I'd been at the Pro Tours in the day. Was it Challenge Tour or something? And then we'd left and gone to a Q-School qualifier, pay your entry sort of thing in Milton Keynes. That was hosted at the club that Billy Holmes' dad used to run.
Yeah.
So I was practicing on a board, and next to me was Kyle Anderson, Billy Holmes, the Wonder Kid, and Kirk Shepherd, World Championship finalist. And I've gone back to back on the board next to it and absolutely cacked my pants.
I've hit back to back a few times practicing, but I hit back to back in a league game, and no word of a lie, I went up there, I couldn't stop my hand shaking.
Can you please check if Core Decker will have enough points now? I'll give it a whirl.
I think he's safe.
5 points plus 18. I'd say one more to be 100% safe. Look, Jimmy's close enough as well. That might be enough, but the issue is if he takes 3 big defeats between now and the end of Sunday.
Get to 6. And
yeah.
Daryl Pilgrim averaging 100 is 2-0 up on Josh Payne.
Yeah. Mr. Summers is in. How are we doing, Derek? Hope you and the family had a great Christmas.
Hope you are good, mate. Hope you are good.
See you getting out and about to the football and stuff recently.
Yeah, we've got Derek and Derek. Mr. Coulson.
And honestly, they're 2 of the nicest guys I've ever
100%.
I'm not just saying that because they're both in there.
Good.
They've both gone red now, ain't you, and blushing. But
good,
honestly,
good to have you all in there. See, look, Derek knows. Looking forward to the Christmas decks going up soon. To be fair, I'm not going to lie. I was gutted when I took them down on New Year's Eve. And by the way, I would have left them up.
You put something on the other day, and I was like, yeah, but you take yours down. Put them up in August and take them down in June.
I took them down in New Year's Eve because I wasn't back until like the 5th or 6th of Jan.
Yeah.
So I was like, I've got to do it now. Andreas is in trouble. 4-1 down to Stephen Neustadt at the moment. What has Dirty Harry got? I'll tell you what, Greg Ritchie is absolutely battering Shane McGurk here. 5-1. Also, Jamie Atkins battering Mervyn King.
I did miss the double for a 9, but admittedly, I went 180, Derek went 180, and then I missed the double 12 for it, so it would have been a team 9, but yeah.
Fallon will play Daniel Perry next.
2 of the remaining favourites for a card, I think Stefan Hendrick was spoken about an awful lot in Europe underway against David Cameron.
To be fair though, Daniel Perry's had 2 good results far, beating Kevin Burness 6-5 and James Beaton, same scoreline.
Yeah, what did he average in those? Only an 81 and an 88 average though, it is beatable.
100%. This is a huge opportunity for Fallon.
Shane McGurk on a 9. He needs it. It's 5-1 down. He's missed it. Nice. It would be nice to see a pairs 9 at the World Cup. Yeah.
Let's be fair. England have got the perfect pairing to do it as well.
Which person has earned and lost a tour card the most? I think there's a couple in contention. Aidan Kirk's got to be up there, either through the Dev Tour or through Q-School. Yeah. Matt Edgar can't be far away.
John Worsley.
I don't know. Darius, maybe? He came over pretty late though, didn't he, actually? Lee Williams beats Alex Williams 6-4, so the last 64 is done in the UK.
Mistake from Fallon. Perry has an opportunity to break in the opening. Mickey Manson will probably be there 3 times.
Oh, I've got to be Kirk Shepherd or George Killington.
Killington's a shout.
I think Shepherd's a great shout.
Yeah. Oh my.
The best 138 of all time!
Oh
wow!
My, Fallon. This
Rob Owen's been back and forth a few times as well. Adam Hunt might be in the conversation.
This is what Fallon does at her best. Those finishes. Let's have a look at Pilgrim Payne. Payne has one back, but Pilgrim on his own darts here. Stephen Neustadt is now a leg away from beating Andreas Harrison.
Mansell maybe. Stack Attack has to be up there. Yeah, but he's also spent a lot of time in Portsmouth and Southampton.
Kirk takes out 144 with Richie on 40. That'll hurt. David Cameron has lost the opening leg. Stefan Hendricks.
Justin Hood, a 6-1 winner over Alan Norris. I know, personally, actually, Justin Hood was quite disappointed. He played a lot of top-ups at the back end of last year as a Pro Tour. Was really disappointed with his own performance there. So he'll be itching to get back on the Pro Tour and show what he can do. Shane McGurk's fighting back here, you know.
Yeah.
Adam Warner goes 1-0 up on Martin McGeaney. That one will not be quick. Bob Owens, Kirk Shepherd up there. Big Rig, what about him? He is out.
Lost in round 1, lost 6-5.
Yeah. Work to be done for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Mernan's a good shot. I think Kirk Shepherd's the one, to be honest.
Yeah, Anton Erston has a leg back, but still trails Trindler 4-2. Sorry. Oh, Daniel Perry missing doubles. So Fallon pins this 116 to go with the 138. It will be a hammer blow. She missed double 18 for the 116. And this time Daniel Perry does hit. Davy Prusen 4-1 up on Marcel Warpin.
Do I know if... I don't think they have, Jack. Not yet. I know that next Saturday is the moment that some regions become exclusive to Pluto TV. So, for example, the UK, you'll not be able to watch via YouTube anymore. You will still be able to watch on YouTube if you live outside of the exclusive territories.
Or if you've got a VPN.
I didn't say that bit, and I'm not allowed to. But, yeah.
This is very good from Daniel Perry here. Has the Fallon Sherrock throw under some pressure. Daryl Pilgrim has a chance here for 4-1. Shanghai to inflict more pain on Josh. Misses a dart at tops, perhaps.
McGurk is gone. I think he's going to get a card, you know.
Josh Payne looking at 93. Doesn't go, so Pilgrim has a chance for a 3-leg cushion. Back-to-back legs for Anton Ersland is back within 1 of Tringler. And Pilgrim takes it 4-1.
Yeah, Carl, we're no longer on YouTube in the UK, so other areas include, I believe, Austria, Denmark, Germany, and a couple of others. But that list will continue to grow as well, is the plan. So
it's a big moment here for Fallon. You feel this has to go and doesn't. Now her throw is under the cosh. Roby John has gone, beating 6-2. Mike Clivenhoven 4-1 up on Dirk Townneckers.
We're about to get another Polish player on tour, by the way. Grzecki's having a really good little run here.
He is. And Fallon has been broken.
Puts him onto 2 points.
Mikkel Unterbuchner 4-1 to the good. David Cameron has won 2 on the spin. He now leads Hendricks 2-1. Also, Brandon Weening 2-1 up. Simon Whitlock must be starting to sweat here.
Yeah, because he's put him up for the last 6 weeks. He's been over it since the practice of the. He's been winning a lot locally in Portsmouth as well, or making finals of as a Wednesday night competition, etc. So he's played a lot of darts recently. Played at the Tavern, was beaten by Shane McGurk round 2. Played nicely in round 1. His average wasn't much better than what it is right now, but he's finding ways to win games.
100%.
Do I think that survives on the Pro Tour? Probably not.
No.
Do I think he's in a really good place to attempt that though, given that he'll... I don't want to suggest much, but if he spent 6 weeks of them, he's got a big enough house. I suspect it might be a Portsmouth base yourself down there job.
Yeah.
Andy Bolton, a 6-2 winner over Lee Evans. The Evs is gone for the day.
Hegarty 3-1 up on Kai van Lung, and Neuster has beaten Andreas Harrison.
Nice.
Are we sticking Fallon in the Europe box again?
You do what you want to do, because I need a win.
Fallon had a chance there, didn't really score heavily enough, and Perry has stepped back in. Disaster for Sherrick. Yes, you know, there's another hostage situation going on, but Fallon Sherrick is right up against it here. 3-1 behind. Josh Payne trails 4-2 to Daryl Pilgrim. Aidan Kirk has taken the opener against Tommy Leishman. Jared Cole and John Henderson just getting underway. Trevor Burkhill trails Pete Burgoyne 3-2. Adam Warner 2-1 up on Mark McGeeney. Jamie Atkins 5-3 up on Mervyn King. Lipscomb leads Lovely 3-2. Games warming up. John Brown, Cam Crabtree, Bradley Brooks, Lee Williams, Carl Sneed against Christian Perez. David Cameron has a 3-1 lead over Stefan Hendricks. John Henderson 1-0 up over Jared Cole. I will be in Belfast for the Premier League, mate, yes. Fallon has not found her scoring boots at all. Titus Canick is a 6-1 winner. Pilgrim is now 1 away from victory. Leishman levels with Kirk. Any exhibition? Paul Starr's got a Gary Anderson exhibition in Froome. Sometimes, Jack, it depends on what time we get finished and whatever. Mikael Unterbuchner over the line. Patrick Tringler is back in front against Anton Ersland. You feel this has to go for Fallon Sherrick just to give us something to hold on to. And it does. Hold of throw for Fallon. Cord Decker has just levelled it up. He's 1-all. Peter Burgoyne 1 away from victory. Daryl Pilgrim 217 points away from victory. Jamie Atkins has beaten Mervyn King 6-4. John Henderson has doubled his advantage over Jared Cole. Brandon Weening is back in front. This is a chance for Fallon. Ton is the bare minimum, 140 or better. Ideally, Josh Payne is not done yet. Manages to break the Pilgrim throw. Yeah, Aberdeen has a Premier League again. I wouldn't say now or never. Look, Daryl Pilgrim's ceiling is ridiculous. Kai Fanlung has levelled it up with Steve Hegarty. That one's 3-all now. Oh, that's going to hurt. Fallon Sherrick has missed the dart to break back. And Daniel Perry steps in to take out the ton. Anton Ersland is out. Pete Burgoyne is beaten Trevor Burkill 6-2. Lipscomb levels up with Lovely. Hendrick has won a couple of legs and is back 3 apiece with David Cameron. Fallon is right up against it here. She had an opportunity to level, missed, and now could be on the verge of exit. Hendo 3-0 up on Jared Cole. Fallon's on the verge of exit, but it's weird that she's had chances in pretty much every leg.
Yes.
Five, 2. Sherrick would have to win 4 on the spin. Brandon Weaning 4-2 up now. Hendo, is he making his move?
Looks to be quite damaging loss for Jared as well if it carries on like this.
Yeah. Daryl Pilgrim is over the line. Jared. Sean, thank you very much for joining the OD club, mate. Daniel Perry is on the verge of knocking out Fallon Sherrick. Carl Sneed leads Christian Perez 2-0. Cord Decker has levelled it up. He's 2-2 on our feature game. Really look, Kai Gotthart's got a great ceiling. Derek, hey, never apologise for asking. Yes, there are another 2 days after today, and we think 6 points with a good leg difference will be enough in the UK, yes. That's the projected cut-off, mate. Daniel Perry seals victory over Fallon Sherrick. Weird game, because you look at the scoreline, it says 6-2, but it wasn't as one-sided. That Fallon had opportunities and didn't take them, ultimately.
Mm-hmm. That's the nature of Q-School.
Brutal. Should we go John Brown against Cam Crabtree?
Yes. Sean's our 11th new member today, so a big thank you to everyone that's joined us.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for all of your support.
John Henderson 5-0 up on Jared Cole now. This is not the game that Jared would have wanted.
Brandon Weaning's 1 away from the last 16. Again, just shows you Q-School luck of the draw. We look at some of the winning averages, some of the losing averages. They don't add up sometimes. Look, Fallon's on 2 points, so she just needs to keep chipping away. Two big days left for her. It's not done and dusted.
So regulation stuff. It's every everybody's favourite former world master, Adam Smith-Neil.
How does he get away with it?
Oh. He had one lined up for Joe at the Worlds, but decided against it because he was on Sky.
Yeah. He said something, but he did punditry the next day, didn't he?
Yeah.
Dan Dawson should be everybody's hero.
Mark McGeaney trials Adam Warner 4-3.
Of course, Darren.
Afternoon, Warren. Hope you are good, mate. Oh, he is doing bits. John Henderson has bageled Jared Cole. I'll tell you, two players of considerable note are making a move today. John Henderson and Daryl Pilgrim. They're the two names that stand out that are making strides. John Henderson now into the green. Hey, Connor Scott has joined the club.
Should hope so. He earned enough at the World Championships.
What a boy. Connor, thank you very much.
I'm joking. Cheers, pal. It is talk. I don't know. How great does it, like Connor, not to brag, but how great does it feel not to be going through this year?
I should imagine it feels blooming marvellous.
Mm-hmm. Are you sitting? Do we need to bring it down a little bit?
I'm going to sit for a bit, yeah. So, we're not too bad, to be fair.
Yeah.
We've been worse.
Maybe you like to show off. I wouldn't follow him on TikTok then.
Yeah, when we do the members streams, you can play Connor.
Yeah, I'll bash him up. Connor once told me he was going to coach me to turn me from a 60 average into a world beater, and that wasn't far away, and he's not done it since, so he must be scared.
Pilgrim Atkins next. That's a big game.
Mm-hmm.
Who does... I'll tell you what.
I've kept that video, Rob, so to be honest, if he does, that will be his alarm.
Yeah, don't know if he gets one back.
It's everybody's favourite world master.
we will do something. We probably can't use the footage, but we can use the audio.
Oh yeah, I'll rip the audio straight.
That's what I mean.
Don't
Yeah,
worry about
yeah, 100%. Fallon got another point again today. She's on 2 points. Comms aside, my comms 5-a-side team: Dan Dawson, Chris Mason, Chris Murphy, Phil Bars, and Glenn Durrant. Yes, Derek, he knows. What a star!
Just to like you, Derek.
Oh, Adam Smith and here and now. Sorry if you've done this already, Phil. But how did you manage? It was Dieter, wasn't it, who brought it up. Yeah, John Brown is son of Steve Brown.
Correct.
Tommy Leishman, Thorall with Aidan Kirk.
He's famous, deal with it.
Behave, Connor, behave. However, if Lucas Aid or Under Armour are listening, our DMs are open. Or anyone else. John Bryan has played on the Super Series, yes. Bradley Brooks 4-2 up on Lee Williams. Bradley Brooks, yeah, you're fine. Win this, 7 points. Job done. Have another bourbon.
I have it on good authority. She won't be playing on the women's series next
Yeah,
year.
yeah. She's I'm not playing PDC darts anymore.
Yeah. Will that change if Noah Lynn's decided to take a break?
Maybe. Cam Crabtree 4-0 up on John Brown. Perez was 2-0 down to Carl Sneed. He's now 3-2 in front. 3 legs on the bounce for the Filipino. Young and Hegarty locked in a last leg decider. Aidan Kirk back in front of Tommy Leishman. Mark McGeaney is rescuing the situation. He's forced a last leg decider against Adam Warner. Is that going to happen?
I'm hearing it's as good as done.
Interesting. Brooks 1 away. Crabtree 1 away. Last 16 is also rattling along, or 2 games in the EU. Davy Prusen 3-0 up on Jeffrey DeJuan. Mikkel Unterbuchner has just levelled up with Kai Gotthard. Phil, did they have to ask? Yeah, so basically, Sam, last year's Worlds and Premier League and so on, anyone was at them, we had to sign disclaimer forms to say we were happy to be in it. If people didn't sign it, they'd have to blur out their faces and things like that. But we had to sign disclaimer forms to say we were happy to be in it. Ended up being in it quite a lot.
That's why Derek put you in his top 5.
Derek knows.
Rude.
Kai Fan Lung has beaten Steve Hegarty 6-5 in a noble. Here's Crabtree going to serve the bagel on Brown. Considering he lost early today, so far not much damage done for Van Schie.
So far.
That's what I mean. That's what I said. So
Yeah.
not too much damage done.
Made the final yesterday. He's virtually there anyway. What wouldn't surprise me if players wanted him to go on and win today just to get him out of the way.
Well, that's what I mean. Look, if you look at it, Andreas Harrison's not had the best 2 days, but he's still in green. You would imagine he will have a good day out of the 4. And he's in green, not having had a good day, so...
Nobody said that yet, Darren, but it depends what questions Henry asks me next week. I make no promises.
Look, Bradley's always had a game there, David. Before we come back to that, Aidan Kirk has beaten Tommy Leishman 6-5. Bradley has always had a really good game there. We saw it when he worked with Nico for about 6 months, didn't he? And Nico put 10 points on his average. But then, I think coaching is one of those things that once you stop doing it, you get back into bad habits. I think that once you've chosen to go down that route, you're almost...
Yes and no. I think for me, in coaching, depending on what type of coaching you go for as well, some players need more of a mental boost, some of them need a more mechanical and physical, this is where you're going wrong sort of thing.
Where I think Bradley's was mechanical.
Yeah, I think you need like... Sorry, I'll just make the last one.
That's all right.
Once you've been with a coach, what you then need is to establish checkpoints.
Yeah.
So things that you can reference back to, just little bits, not the entire throw mechanic, but is my elbow here? Is this doing this? Is this doing this? And 2 or 3 things that you can check back on. There's almost like swing thought in golf. You don't want to overcomplicate it, but you don't want to underdo it and not do enough. And I think that's what coaching should be about, especially at the top level. It should be about establishing those things. And if you need to go for a check-in and go, right, this is where you're getting a bit wayward, then that's what it should be for me at that point.
Are we suggesting those 2 are going safe?
Bradley 100, yeah. I think I gave Bradley his card 2.5 hours ago, mate.
Are you giving Aidan his yet?
No, because he can still lose all 18 legs.
I'm going early, they're safe. Aidan's safe as well.
I still think he picks up enough points for the next 2 days, but...
Yeah. And also, in Europe, I think we've now got a Norwegian on tour. Core Decker has hit the 6-point mark. The Sheriff is in town.
Here we go.
Are we nicking that sound now as well?
Yeah.
Here we go.
He's working for everyone else. He might as well work for us. The UK holding all the last 16.
It looks like it.
They sort of threatened to do this for the last couple of days and then didn't.
UK are, Giblin's having none of it.
Got 104 after 4 legs after the 108 in the last one. Yeah, I'm working with Henry next week. Alright, Dave. Kirk has got 6 points and a plus 18 leg difference. So as long as he doesn't lose 6-0, 6-0, 6-0, he's as good as there.
I'll take this. Let's go Kyvenhoven, Canic.
Thank you well, Sam. Thanks for joining us. Point of the day now when my lunchbox is empty, and it upsets me.
Go a bit of Kyvenhoven action.
Who's Cam Crabtree got next?
I'm loving the use of emojis there, by the way.
Yeah, that's solid.
Big fan of that.
Fucking results in the wrong order though. Pete Burgoyne.
Burgoyne.
6-2 win over Trevor Burkitt. Well, that's excellent, dude. Are we on a collision course? No, because we're in the same half of the draw. For a Stefan Hendrick versus Kai Gotthard final, both of them have been quality today. Max Hop's also in the top half of the draw. That EU side is quite stacked in one half, without being disrespectful. Top half of the draw, Max Hopp, Miroslav Grudzetsky, who's been really impressive today. Maximilian Savinski and Stefan Hendrik. Davy Proustjen has already beaten Jeffrey Desvan 6-0. And Mikhail Unterbuchner against Kai Gotthard completes the top half of the draw. In the bottom half of the draw, Stephen Noster takes on Angelo Balsamo. The winner of Damian Vetjans and Jorge Garcia Del Pozzo will take on Cord Decker. Mike Kivenhoven, Titus Kanik, and Dominic Grulich, Patrick Tringler. I know which half I'd rather be in.
Perez is one away from being Sneed.
Right. Let's have a conversation about Christian Perez.
I know where you're going with this, but go on.
Didn't use his card.
Correct.
What's the point in getting it back?
I will give him the benefit of the doubt for the first 3 months of the season, and if he hasn't used it, then I will be going to town.
Yeah.
I will give him the benefit of the doubt and say I hope he uses it, because he shouldn't need another visa, because that one should just continue to roll over because it wouldn't have expired and he's got his card. So if he uses it, fine, happy. If not, waste of time.
Yeah.
Marcus, the first 6 months of last year, 2 years ago, I will give him grace because he did have visa issues. He then told us at the World Cup 2 years ago he had his visa, still didn't use his card. And then didn't use it as much as what he should, chose to go and do some of the Asian Championships and stuff. No, Philip, that's wrong, because I can go and play you back the interview if you want. In June, when he was representing the Philippines, he said his visa was sorted and he had it. So, in my opinion, he didn't use it to what it should have been used once he had his visa. Franklin Group going to offer David Moyes a 4-year deal to return as Everton manager.
What?
That's what's being reported.
Silly. Don't work like that, Ryan. We phone you. You don't phone us.
It's like the bat phone. Well, it depends on what you're looking for, Derek. I think that Everton are a bit in limbo at the moment, where they're one of those clubs, and you're not the only one, by the way, that don't know what they want to be. Do you know what I mean? Yes and no, Philip. I agree that the more talk card holders we have around the world, the better it is for the sport's growth. I agree, but those players also have to use them properly. We've seen many players over the years not use them correctly. I look at Royden Lamb, got one, never really used it. In my opinion, Perez didn't use it properly. Cadby, when he won his back, when he won them both, not used. Jeff Smith towards the end of his PDC days threw the towel in with it. Baggish did the same as well, didn't use it properly.
It wasn't very good, but yeah.
But so this is my thing, that if they're used properly, I completely agree. But they have to be done right.
To be fair, Derek, didn't you play 5 at the back against Peterborough?
Look, for me, the first time Corey got it, look, they had to get the visas sorted, agree. But the second time, let's be fair, we all knew he wasn't getting a visa.
Yes. Cheers, Nels.
So, look, I'd love to see tour card holders from North America, South Africa, Asia, Australasia, New Zealand. I'd love to see tour card holders from all around the world, but it has to be done properly. Oh, what are we going for? I think Pilgrim Atkins, out of the ones that are alive.
Yeah, I think Crabtree Burgoyne's a better game, but yeah.
But look, I look at some of the talent in these regions, and I'd love to see them have tour cards. I look at Manlot Lung. I think he's good enough to play on tour.
Yeah.
But look, I'm playing this in an ideal world that there's no restrictions. They can afford to come over and do it properly. Manlot Lung, in my opinion, would make the tour better. Ben Robb, I know he's at Q-School. He would make the tour better. Raymond Smith would make the tour better. Spellman would certainly make the tour better. Stowe Bunce, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I look at these areas. Cameron Carolison was fabulous in the world. Don't get me wrong, that was way above anything we expected from him. But these areas that the players are there, if it can be done properly.
Yeah. Sweeting, please.
Oh, Richard Sweeting. David, we are working on that. It will be here soon. Very soon. Andy Bolton has taken the opener against Brandon Weaning. You feel this is where the Weaning run comes to an end here, because the numbers we've seen today, he shouldn't get near Bolton.
Correct. Is it more important, admittedly they're playing each other right now, Bradley Brooks and Aidan Kirk, but is it more important for everybody chasing at these two now go on and get a card outright?
Definitely one of them, yes. If both,
because they have to play both days, don't they? So actually what you want is players going deep, then backing up the following day. You don't want sporadic one-day runs. That might change an awful lot in the next couple of days.
Yeah, I agree that, yeah, Jules has found it difficult to do this, but I think that, look, I've never been in the position that has to move, but you also have to.
It's crap.
But
because I'm sat here instead of in Nottingham.
But almost like Damon Heta,
yeah,
you have to commit fully to it. Whitlock, you have to commit fully.
Yeah.
And if you do that, the rewards are there. Yeah, look, I 100% understand that it's tough on your family and everything like that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But the rewards are there.
Are we allowed to ban members?
And no one else has complained about the volume, mate. It might be your device.
We were a bit louder earlier when we whacked it up a bit, but we're sharing one mic as well. We'll do what we can.
And let me just...
Don't whack it up too much, we'll deafen people, but we'll just note to speak louder while you're ranting. There was a comment, by the way, earlier, but you were on your rant about Perez, but it was about Paula Jacklin's phone number. Where do you think he went earlier?
I'm ready to go. Even on holiday, he knows the advertising.
Absolutely flying, Pazzo. Pete's playing lovely. Henry had a tough day today. Aidan basically got a card secured as well. If Pluto isn't available where you are, Bob, i.e. Ireland, then it will remain on the Super Series YouTube channel. The Super Series YouTube channel will geo-block the stream in locations where Pluto will have exclusive rights and vice versa. So if Pluto isn't available and not showing it exclusively, then the Super Series will continue on the YouTube channel.
There you go. I've just raised the volume a tad for you all. Hope that's better. John Henderson, Kai Fan Lung underway. Again, like we said yesterday, look, and I'm not saying any of these players are bad players, by the way, but again, Andy Bolton comes off tour, goes on tour, comes off tour.
He does, but Andy Bolton's too good to not be on tour. And I've said this for a while now. He's very, very consistent at the Super Series. He's rocked up to the seniors and one floor events, not quite qualified, but he's made quarterfinals and semi-finals alike. Yeah, being a yo-yo isn't great for anybody, but he is too good for lower league darts almost. For amateurs.
I understand both sides of the argument,
Yeah.
but again, are you good enough for tour darts? If you can't keep your card, are you good enough? Do you see
he's good enough in this moment? That's the issue, isn't it? But
Adam Warner 1-1 with Greg Ritchie, Aidan Kirk, Bradley Brooks getting underway. Daryl Pilgrim has just levelled his game with Jamie Atkins.
that's a good point from Mark, actually. Mickey Manson was probably one of those yo-yo players that you look at that has now managed to establish himself. I think the thing is, Andy Bolton's still going to be a very, very tidy dart player in 2-3 years' time. And as the amateur game continues to grow, there will be those opportunities. This might be a last roll of the dice for Andy on tour. Do you know, that's what I saw Richie Burnett's stint on tour a couple of years ago. As to the fact that he keeps trying to go back is a bit strange for me. Even when he has got one.
Core's fine. So John Henderson is currently in the green at the moment.
Yeah, Ed House was another. Then you look at, admittedly, there's been plenty that go the other way, i.e. Rob Owen, who's managed to keep his card this time. Keegan's been a bit of a yo-yo at times. Devon as well. Matt Edgar. Bolton is 53.
Somewhere around there. 52, 53, I think.
I don't think he's old. I don't know that lastly, but I know he's played on the seniors last year, which means he has to be over 50.
What browser do you use?
Opera.
Is it decent?
Yes. 73, so he's 52. No, 51. He'll be 52 next month.
Is Titus Canick in good?
He is at the moment.
He is at the moment. He's second at the moment.
Probably going to stay there as well, to be honest.
Yeah. No, look, he's well placed. Kai Fan Lung has taken the opener against John Henderson. Daryl Pilgrim now leads. Jamie Atkins. Stefan Hendricks is through to the last 8. No, Paul Lim said he'll probably be back at late side next year.
He wants to try and qualify again after making the final. Unfinished business. Jan Dekker's coat is damp because it's probably raining, because it is walking everywhere else.
Oh, it's not raining.
Who is the oldest player that ever competed on the tour?
Ross Montgomery?
Yeah, he's up there. Steve can't be a million miles away either, beaten.
Ross Montgomery was my first thought.
Jim Walker? When did he fall off? Afternoon, Dan. Hope you are good, mate. Looking forward to having you on tomorrow and Sunday. John McGowan have a tour card. I'm not sure. Dennis Smith. Dennis has been off tour for years now. So.
Lipscomb fighting back, but still trails Daniel Perry. 3-2. Greg Ritchie is having a good day today as well. 3-1 up on Adam Warner. Greg Ritchie's a funny one because we've seen performances like this from him before, but then at times when we've seen him in Portsmouth, he's not delivered these kind of. Do you know what I mean?
But he's shown spurts there as well. Like that's
yeah.
Again, it's format, isn't it?
Diamond Dave Askew. Cam Crabtree averaging 107 is 2-0 up on Pete Burgoyne. Which Burgoyne is this? Is this Burger Boy or is this?
Feast.
I was just double checking which one was which.
Michael is
That's
spelled
it.
differently as well.
I just remember this.
This is my mate Petey. Drop him a Snapchat later. Tell him he's a dickhead.
Bradley Brooks 2-1 up on Aidan Kurt. Andy Bolton is one away from a bagel.
Yeah, Poland is absolutely flying in darts at the minute. There's Kirk Shepherd still. Chakara's not as far as I know. He's really struggling. And no 1 on 9. Get it up.
67-year-old John McGowan played 59-year-old Dennis Priestley at the 2009 Worlds. But were they tour card holders? Well, the tour card system wasn't in place then, was it?
I don't know. Beats me. Boo! John Henderson. I'll tell him that when I see him as well. He might be big, but he's a softie. Dominic Grulich, a 6-3 win over Patrick Tringler. I think the German is tour card bound.
Yeah.
He's one that's sort of gone under the radar the last couple of years, but he's consistently very, very solid.
I agree. Again, if you're one of the things you want Core Decker to go on and win, or Titus Canick to go on and win today to get them out.
Mm-hmm. Well, Merv must be long gone now. Who beat Merv? He lost 6-4 to Jamie Atkins in the last 32 now. Beat Nathan Potter 6-1 and Mike Warburton 6-4. Warby's up against it again. Is it going to be another unsuccessful stint at Q-School for Warby? How long is Q-School going for? So it's a 7-day event, split into 2 stages.
Yep.
Stage 1 is open to anybody that wishes to enter, and it lasts for 3 days. Then the players that have either made the last 16 on those days, well, last 8, sorry, or accumulated enough points through wins on the system, will then progress to stage 2, which takes 4 days. The outright winners on each day earn a tour card, and then again there's another pool of points and cards given out from each school.
He's still suspended, isn't he? There's no way he ever paid that fine.
No chance. Occasionally pops up pretending.
And so John McGowan. We think that if he was a tour card holder, not, but he's certainly one of the oldest. Tuts Canick is fighting back against Mike Clivenhoven. Wasn't there a tweet out for him that wasn't there a police force?
Yes, there was before Christmas, but I think it's all okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember that thing. The
Yeah.
police force looking for
Fucking
him.
definitely him and all. It's the same shirt. It was in my head with the fucking side wearing.
Cord Decker has levelled it up.
Priestley, don't think so.
He has got one of the driest Yorkshire sense of humour ever. I'm not sure he got banged up, but I mean, he might have got banged out.
Certainly threatened a few times, put it that way. There was a queue.
Yeah, he may have had it. What we're saying is that they didn't have to go and win cards, because if you were playing at a certain time, you were just given a card for the first time. Like, Ross Montgomery actually went and won one.
Yeah.
And like I say, he'd have just been given a card because they changed the system. How we doing, Andy? Aaron has had an absolute stinker, mate. 2 days in a row. Hurricane Monk will have hit land. Darryl Pilgrim leads Jamie Atkins 4-3. Bradley Brooks 4-2 up now on Aidan Kirk. John Henderson has turned it around against Kai-Fan Lung. I think Hendo's going to do it.
Yeah.
This is the time, isn't it? Clivenhoven has beaten Titus Canick 6-4. Clivenhoven going about his business.
Yeah, and obviously that's Strands Canick on 5 points, so he remains in the field to cause damage for the next few days, because don't forget that changing rules this year. The players have to play all 4 days, so the likes of Bradley Brooks currently on 7 points will have to play the next 2 days. Derek, you definitely don't want him at the tavern, do you? I see his game this week. You're just picking up all the seniors, get them gone, open the field up for the tavern. I'm watching you.
We've got your number. If he hits this, I'm going to put the last leg decider on between Max Op. Lendl says, hi guys, little question. Would it make sense for the PDC to expand the number of tour card holders to 192 or 256, especially since the World Championship's going to 128? I know what Gob's going to say straight away.
If they can afford to pay them all, then yeah.
It's not.
I get what you're saying numbers-wise because of the breakdown. Obviously, like, otherwise everybody's going to be at the Worlds, basically.
I don't think they are. I think those extra 32 spots will be...
They're going to put some of them in there. They're going to keep some of them in their own place. So.
Yeah, look, so some of them will be... I think out of those extra 32 spots, I think 8 will go to tour card holders. And then the other 24 will be split accordingly.
The other numbers would just create bars now, so your top seeds would get a few rounds off, or you might get group plays.
I didn't catch it, mate. No, Andy Bolton has beaten Brandon Weening, and Bradley Brooks has beaten Aidan Kirk.
Now people definitely want Bradley to go on and get his card.
Correct.
Get out of the way. If you're already out in the UK, you want Bradley Brooks to win today.
Yeah, 8 points. You want him gone. It's an interesting one, because Lendl says those extra spots for other tour, does that make having tour cards less valuable? Look, I'm trying to word this properly. In 2025, the Pro Tour is going to be pretty much non-important anyway. And for me,
it's going to be non-important to the top 32.
That's what I mean. The Pro Tour needs to have meaning, needs to have value.
Yeah.
And at the moment it's being decreased. So for me, I think that they need to make the Pro Tour relevant, the bread and butter where people need to play in it. And that's the very top players as well.
Yeah.
That they need to play in it. Max Hop wins the last leg decider, the Maximizer. And what I'm saying will become clearer in time as well.
Yes, it will.
Jamie Atkins keeps fighting against Daryl Pilgrim. Justin Hood levels up against Christian Perez. Yeah, I agree, Rob. I said 96 was too many a long time ago and people laughed at me, but look, I get it.
Why have you put the Euro game on the UK side? Have we got 2 up?
Oh, my fault, sorry. I opened the wrong one.
The other one's finished though. Yeah.
That's what I changed. I opened the wrong one up.
One job. See, the questions with that, Ryan, is actually that then could be construed as match fixing. There is an argument to get those players out of the field.
If you mathematically can't be caught,
Yeah.
I don't think you should play. As in, look, it shouldn't be your choice. That choice should be taken out of your hands. If mathematically you've got a tour card,
But removing those players from the field changes the numbers.
yeah.
You wait till the next one's Jack.
It was about this time last year we had the rule changes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I suspect we'll get the rule changes after Q-School because then they know what the tour is.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie Atkins has levelled it up against Daryl Pilgrim.
You've been sold a lie.
I'll show off the top of my head. I don't think a South American has had a tour card. I can't think of one.
No,
Off
the
the top of my head.
closest would have been Portela, but
But he never got close.
yeah.
Stephen Neuster is into the quarterfinals. You know, yeah, Portela never actually got a card. Oh, I'll tell you what, as Pilgrim fluffed his lines in her last leg decider,
Not again.
Jamie Atkins has gone 97, 180, 140 against the darts. Again, Pilgrim could lose with a higher average.
It's got a habit though. John Henderson guaranteed to get a card. Not yet. But like Justin Bieber said, never say never. What reference that is. I apologise to my family.
Could he take out the fish? Is it fishing time? Oh, I think he's missed the ball. I think Daryl Pilgrim has missed the ball for the big fish. And he doesn't get away with it. Jamie Atkins has beaten Daryl Pilgrim after he mismatched darts. I'm going to put Hendo up and I'm going to the loo.
Leaves me in charge again. Ha ha ha. Peter Washiri, what a hero. Where does Kirk stand now in order merit after losing to Brooks? He is currently second, 6 points plus 14, which in all likelihood would be enough if he finishes in and around those numbers to secure a tour card. He does have to play the next 2 days though, so what he does have to be careful about is losing 6-0, 6-0 and then potentially being right on that cusp. But another point, another win, keep racking up, keep improving that leg difference or protecting it as much as possible for the next 2 days. Should secure Aidan Kirk a tour card from the position he is in. Bradley Brooks has won one outright. He's got 8 points. He's done it via the points merit. But what everyone else will want now is Bradley Brooks to go on and pick that card up outright. So he's out of the field for the next 2 days. He has to play all 4 days. The PDC have introduced that rule this year, stating that if you've entered Q-School, unless you win outright, you have to play on all 4 days. Over in Germany, we have a quarter-final live. That is Kai Gotthard against Davy Prusen, Stefan Hendrick against Max Hopp and Dominic Grulich against Mike Kuyvenhoven, and the other quarter-finals ready to go. Cord Decker currently leads Jorge Garcia del Pozzo 4 legs to 2 in the top 16. The winner of that will play against Stephen Noster. In the UK, we do know some of our quarterfinal ties. It will be Andy Bolton against Cam Crabtree. What on earth have I just said? They are stablemates. That'll be an interesting game in that one. Daniel Perry, the man who knocked out Fallon Sherrock earlier on, just to counter for Adam Lipscomb 6-2. He'll take on the winner of Justin Hood and Christian Perez. They're currently 3 apiece. Adam Warner, looking to get his tour card back straight away, will be the player tasked with stopping Bradley Brooks going outright today in the quest to getting his card outright. That'll be the 3rd quarterfinal, and then the winner of Kai Van Lung and John Henderson will take on Jamie Atkins, who got the better of Daryl Pilgrim in that last leg decider. The projections, Schranger, are 6 points and plus 2 legs in the UK and 5 points plus 13 in Europe, but that can change depending on the players moving about. They're not 100%, but they are the most likely projections. So anything above those, you're statistically more likely to get a card at those points. Any thoughts on Mike Tedesco's points about the Premier League? I get it from Mike's point of view. I also get it from the PDC's point of view. I think the way that he's reacted shows that perhaps he isn't ready. There's an element to these sort of events about playing the game with the PDC and behaving and a little bit of that, but also his TV form since winning that Grand Prix, which by the way is a different format, so not strictly the same darts that you play in the Premier League. He's won 6 out of his last 11. Admittedly, 2 losses to Luke Little at 110-9, 110-3. Loses to Danny Noppert within that. Loses to Jermaine Watamaina and loses to Danny Noppert. And I think it's those 3 losses against Watamaina, Noppert, Woodhouse that they focused on and go, actually, for a Premier League player next year, they're the kind of games where they got a little bit tight, etc., that we wanted you to do and show a little bit more in. It got tight against Luke Woodhouse. That wasn't a great game of darts. And it's almost as if he was playing under the pressure of being in the Premier League. Now, if you're playing under that much pressure to get into the Premier League, how much pressure are you going to play under when you're in the Premier League?
Has Hendo fluffed his lines here?
It looks it. We're going 4 apiece. What's Lee Evans got? Sweat, if you're on about the comedian.
John Henderson's on the verge of elimination.
Lee Evans on 2 points plus 1. He's the lowest leg difference of anybody on 2 points. But it's a decent enough place to mount a charge from.
John Henderson was in cruise control and he's now got to win 2 on the spin or he's out.
Kai's one who I think we would see use his tour card as well because he's been over in the UK for a long time now. Based himself out of Liverpool.
I was about to say he lives in the UK.
Cordeca does complete a 6-2 win over Jorge Garcia del Pozo. The Spaniard is out. Deca continues at the top of the thing. That puts him on 7 points as well. Now comfortably clear of anybody else. Van Schie and Kanik both got to 5 points. Kuyvenhoven still in the race. He's on 4 points, as is Max Hopp. Proust and Hendrick, Gotthard, Grulich, Noster all on 3. Del Pozo finishes on 2 points but a 0 leg difference. So he actually falls from 25th down to 30th. And what has Aspinall done? Right, you've got to look at this in more than one way, and we've established this in the past. The Premier League isn't necessarily 100% about performances. Whilst I've used that as an example for Mike De Decker and a reason that it would go against him, there are still an established group that are deemed to be entertaining enough and recognisable to the casual fan, because that's what the Premier League has to go and appeal to, especially when you consider the crowds of people that you get at the Premier League events. What I think has happened with Nathan Aspinall is he's also been given a little bit of a buy/leniency in the fact that he has been injured.
Agreed. I think he's been given that leeway.
And on that comeback has then produced a better run at the World Championships under that pressure. He's a performer in the Premier League in the past as well. He's normally in around that top 4, even when he's not played well. He's had the ability to.
Even if he's not qualified for it, he's been in contention going into the last week.
And he's also one that just doesn't chuck it in. I know we attribute that battler, always a warrior who never gives up attitude on the hockey, but actually, like, it's not even necessarily like that. Even if things are going badly for Nathan Aspinall, he's not going to turn around. This will open another can of worms, by the way. He's not going to turn around on Instagram and tell everybody he hates the sport and doesn't want to play in the Premier League anymore. I don't think Aspinall was the one to be questioned personally. Of the two, if you're questioning one, it's Gerwyn Price for me.
Well, you look at, and I know we had this conversation within our chat. When you look, don't get me wrong, Michael Smith has had a poor 2 years. Not arguing that. But in isolation, the same argument that you made about De Decker, if you look about what Smith has done on TV this year, it had, again, take the Worlds out of the equation, it's not that been bad. It's not been bad. He won the World Cup, got to the semi-final of the match play, quarter. So on TV, he's actually done all right.
Yeah.
Oh, what a maximum from John Henderson that could be.
Great in the Grand Slam is a bit of a stretch, Jake. That's where he lost that game to Watermania that I spoke about, seemingly under the pressure of defending again. Yes, he beat Michael Smith and Mensur Suljovic, but then obviously was that close game with Luke Littler. To then back it up again with Littler with such a heavy defeat after showing a glimpse of what he can do, it's sort of, that's where it started to unravel a bit. The other event where he went 4 rounds, his wins were over Veenstra, Ian White, and
now, James, I know you're a huge Barney fan, and I'm going to throw this back at one of you. By your logic there, saying Humphreys won the World Cup, you could go back to one of the Holland victories where Michael van Gerwen won the World Cup single-handedly, but the PDC still picked Barney because he won the World Cup. So your argument doesn't stand up. If you're saying Humphreys won the World Cup, then say MVG won the World Cup, not Barney as well. Then. If it stacks both ways.
Yeah. I don't mind it. Look, would I have liked personally wholesale changes and the likes of Heta, etc. to get a shot? Yes. What I'm now a little bit miffed about is the fact that the first opportunity to make a bit of a stance and show the range of talent available. Ross Smith has been on the cusp in the past. Johnny Clayton possibly deserves to go back again. Dave Chisnell needs the opportunity now to show that he can be entertaining on TV again, because as world number 6 or whatever it is he's fallen to, he's clearly racking up prize money somewhere. It's for these players to be used on the World Series, and at the moment, the first opportunity they've had of one withdrawal, they've gone straight back to Peter Wright.
But again, though, have Bahrain insisted that Peter Wright is in because Michael's not there?
Possibly.
Look, we all know, because Barney said it himself now, so it's out there, that first year that Bahrain insisted Raymond van Barneveld was in. Yeah. So they basically paid to have Barney in. They may have done the same with this. Yeah, but Barney has won 4 World Cups, but there was one that MVG won it single-handedly because Barney was shit, and he still got a Premier League pick from it. Oh, John Hendo wins a last leg decider against Kai Fan Lung.
Big for Hendo.
Massive for John Henderson.
Big for news this week. Terry, you're itching for him to get a card.
To be fair though, Chris, look, I get your point, but the World Cup isn't irrelevant. It may be, yeah, I get people don't like it, but to the PDC it's not irrelevant, and at the end of the day they're the one that makes the call, so it is relevant to them, is what is the thing.
It's a big 1-2-1 from Perez as well, by the way. Justin Hood now up against it. Over in Europe, Kai Gotthard has absolutely blown past Davy Prouston. A 6-1 winner puts him into the semi-final. Mike Kivenhoven and Dominic Grulich currently 1 apiece. Big gap in the averages on that one, but still early days. And Max Hart finds himself 2-1 down to Stefan Hendrick.
Bob, no, because look, I think Michael Smith would have been in the equation, but I think they've plumped for Aspinall instead. But I think because of winning the World Cup, semi-final at the match play, that Smith would have been in the conversation for those reasons. I think they just opted for someone else over it.
This Adam Warner campaign has surprised me as well. I knew he was playing well locally, and he's got back into playing, but
Phil, do I have it right that they get paid expenses for the... I don't know. The Premier League, the PDC might pay for their hotels. I'm not 100% sure. But the World Series, the PDC definitely pay for their flights and hotels, yeah. And they get appearance fees as well. There's no way that they're travelling all the way around the world just to potentially win 10 grand for... Mac Top won the opener, but has now lost 3 on the spin. Look, everyone's seen the news out there. Yes, he's attempting to sue Barry Hearn. Now it's down to a judge to decide. In the grand scheme of things, 10 million is nothing to Barry.
I'm not sure it's Barry though, is it? It's World Snooker, and it's not just the damages as well. It's for what is deemed anti-competitive clauses within the contract. Now, what that will do is World Snooker, and I'm not sure if it's the WPBSA this way, or if it then becomes a matchroom issue. Because if it's matchroom tie in the contracts, then what this does is it opens a door for every matchroom contract to be challenged in this manner. And if it is B-term, then it's less costly to do so next time because somebody's already done the legwork for it. So whilst the 10.2 million will be the headline, to actually compete against anti-competitive clauses within contracts would then open the door for things like the PDC, preventing players from playing anywhere else. And it would be much, much cheaper to go and fight that legal battle with the PDC, because there is then precedent against the holding company organisation.
There is.
That have just been beaten.
Yeah, the only thing I will say in all this is, obviously, Jason Francis manages Ronnie O'Sullivan, who is the biggest star in snooker. And let's be honest, these exhibitions that they wanted to put on revolved around Ronnie being in them.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think there is one of the big enough boys in darts will challenge it, because they all get looked after well enough.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where Ronnie's different. Ronnie's the biggest star in the game, and he's challenging it, which, look, as an employment thing, he's more than entitled to do, and I haven't got an issue with that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying in darts, I don't think any of the big boys would challenge it. Just take Littler, for instance. I don't think he'd challenge it as Ronnie has. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is effectively the same thing. With the greatest will in the world, if... Well, I've just stopped it here because it's random. Jamie Atkins wins a tour card and he wants to play in something that's streamed and he's not allowed. Is he going to challenge it? Or does it matter? Do you know what I'm saying? Where Littler doing it, on the other hand, something else. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Tingshaw and Decker will get spots in Copenhagen for local sentences. I mean, they'll have cards.
If they've got cards, yeah. That's the general thing. If you've got a tour card, you from that region, you get put in.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100. Jake, I'm just saying that there's one or two snooker players that I enjoy watching, and Ronnie is one of them. I enjoy watching Judd Trump as well. That's just what I mean, but he's at the top of the sport wanting to challenge it.
Yeah.
Because it benefits him to play in these big exhibitions in China, where Littler isn't going to do that.
There's not a demand for it in China yet, but I guess the other place would be the Middle East, but actually we know that they're
tied to Matchroom anyway. So it's not so much a WDF event, Darren. It's whether that event is streamed or not is the issue, because Cameron Menzies, Simon Whitlock, Fallon all went over to Vegas last year, and Menzies played in the doubles and so on, but couldn't play in the singles because of the streaming thing.
Yeah.
So now everyone is praying Bradley Brooks wins this, so that 8 points disappears.
Yeah.
If that 8 points disappears, does the expected total lower, do you think?
I don't know. I've done maths enough, but it's been a long time to know which way that moves the gauntlet. Because not only does that 8 come off the rankings, but then also the fact that he's not present for the next 2 days with... It's about likelihood. So if you're racking up this amount of points per day, on average, he's going to rack up 3 points again tomorrow, which takes points away from elsewhere. But actually, then you get into draws and how often these things happen. Like, there's a possibility at the minute that actually Aidan Kirk could be caught, because there's enough players on 3 points, 4 points, 5 points, etc., that for the next 2 days, only they pick up 3, 4, 5 points, etc., and jump up. If from Adam Paxton upwards, in reverse is the winner, the runner-up, the semi-finalist, the quarter-finalist, etc. for the next 2 days. But it's statistically unlikely because of the way the draws work.
Order of merit. I'll drop one in, and then but at the top there's a tab which has the EU on as well. No, so Ken, if you win a tour card, all Pro Tours and European Tour qualifiers and so on are all free to enter. Hendo's looking well placed.
Yeah.
Especially if he wins his next one, that leg difference will go up as well. Justin Hood has beaten Christian Perez. We said Tom Sykes, again, he's hanging on to a green spot at the moment. Yeah, no, you have to play to the best of your ability at all times. Bradley Brooks, Adam Warner. What quarter-final would you like on? That's the only one live, so we're going with Bradley Brooks?
Yeah.
Yeah, this has surprised me from Adam Warner. I didn't.
If he wins outright, then it just moves down, Stephen, to the guys in yellow. So what is it? It was the only move they could really make, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I don't think that was.
I don't think the football's going to be much more splendid than what they played under Sean Dyche, but they've got a back in now. They've got money, haven't they? They've recently been bought out. I don't know how much they can spend of it due to PSR, but basically they've got to roll the dice now and hope to stay up, because what you can't do is spend all that money on a new stadium and end up in the Championship. So they've got to.
Defensively, I actually think they're quite sound.
Well, they took points off City and Arsenal in the space of a couple of weeks, didn't
But
they?
they've
just not scored.
They've got no teeth.
So they've got to go and find a centre forward, and they've got to find a way to play it, because you can't rely on Calvert-Lewin, who's just never fit.
No, that's what I mean. It's like they need.
Do they go after someone from, like Somerville from Leeds?
There's a very bold one that you could potentially go for.
Who?
Rashford.
I don't think he keeps you up. Not at all. It's not a million miles away from him relocating, etc. Though he could get over to Liverpool, but I'm not sure that's the move for him at all. Yeah, go to Italy and walk along catwalks. That too, Steve. No, but look, he's the right move for that club. As some of them will go to West Ham. Who's scoring goals for Leeds at the minute?
The problem is though, they look set to get promotion.
Solomon maybe. Joel Pirro. Joel Pirro, yeah.
Yeah, do you potentially go and try and get a Danny Ings?
He's sat on the bench somewhere, isn't he?
West Ham?
Yeah, but he's barely played under him at West Ham, so
yeah.
Can you then rely on him? Signs would be, I mean, he's just got a 6-match ban though, isn't he? So it would be no good for anyone, but Signs from Norwich scores goals at the minute. Pirro, if they're coming up and Everton might go down, does he make that move? I don't think Josh Windass keeps you up.
No.
Lang's fit at Portsmouth. Missed half the season, didn't he?
I don't think Richarlison would go back to Everton. Plus, with our paper-thin squad, I don't think we'd let him go either. Duncan Ferguson.
I don't know where else they shop, Rob, is the issue. Callum Wilson's not a terrible shout.
But again, he can't stay fit.
Yeah. But is that the... Dominic Slanky's going nowhere, don't be silly. Is that the role of the dice they've got to make?
Stefan Hendrick has beaten Max Hopp. Didn't they sign the lad from Chelsea?
No idea.
I'm sure they signed a striker from Chelsea on loan that hasn't played.
Hendrick beats Hop. Max is gone. Yeah, sorry, we need to get back to darts. This is like the big time now for the games we're there. So now we're talking the worst team in the Premier League. No, they're the second worst team. Let's be honest, Southampton are the worst.
Broja, that's it, yeah. Oh, went off injured last Thursday. I didn't watch anything last night, so...
And also, he's not done anything all season anyway, so... I don't know if they could dip in the loan market either. Where are your owners from? Are they American?
Yeah, I think so.
Could you have a crack at...
Freddie Adu?
Not quite. I don't know, because the MLS season's different, isn't it? So, do you get someone over from the off-season? Kiefer Moore's not a bad shout for their style of play. Who wins the Snooker Masters? I need to have a look at the draw. I know Ronnie's out, but...
Bradley Brooks 3-0 up on Adam Warner. Justin Hood 2-0 up on Daniel Perry. Hendo Atkins just underway. Bolton 2-0 up on Crabtree.
C's playing nicely, isn't he? CG Howe. Brissell hit back recently. I'm going Kyron. Point to prove. Chip on his shoulder. Kyron Wilson.
Fairs. Look, Bam Bam is playing exceedingly well right now.
Absolutely fucking nothing to do with that lunatic, Derek.
It would be funny though for everyone else.
Fucking wouldn't. I don't think the fan base would allow it. I think we'd fucking revolt.
It would be funny.
Ronnie's been replaced by Neil Robertson.
Bam Bam stretches his lead to 4. At the moment, John Henderson is on 4 points plus 17.
Dart players don't drink Kent. What are you talking about? Ilkeston? Unlucky, Viv. The Imps.
Go on, Ilkeston.
Playing red. Nice bench. Sat on it once.
One of the best pubs in the UK in Ilkeston. The Prince of Wales.
Which is also the same name of the pub that I used to live in.
One of OD's spiritual homes, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Now my ex played at Ilkeston once.
4 wouldn't be enough, we don't think, no.
I've not been to Fratton Park yet. I do need to go, but the problem is if I go, I spend the night with Henry. I'm joking, I love him.
It's a shit side.
We went out drinking. It's just the atmosphere in it. But
Oh,
like,
the atmosphere is good, yeah.
The one I would have loved to have gone to is Pompey Oxford, because hometown sort of thing. But I think we've already missed that game this season, and the chance of both of us staying up, I think, are quite slim. I think one will stay up.
I used to like Oxford's old manager.
I was very gutted when they let Des go. Like, he gets.
No, I know, I was like Carl, who's now in charge of Salford.
To be fair, they've had some really good managers. Chris Wilder's career took off from runs at Oxford.
Yeah.
Before he went to be Leicester's number 2, and then they won the league.
Craig Shakespeare?
No. Appleton, Michael Appleton.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Des Manning wasn't great. Carl Robinson was alright. Pep Clotted. Appleton did alright.
Daniel Perry has a leg back against Justin Hood. Adam Warner has one on the board, but still in a world of trouble. Andy Bolton 3-1 up on Cam Crabtree.
Yeah, I got it when Des went, because he gets the club. They were doing a lot of work with mental health with him. Like, he just understood it. Came back in and got him promoted, obviously, from the year before. Took time to adjust to his style of football. I'm not sure how much the signings were him or were someone else. But again, another club that's building a new stadium can't afford to then go straight back down with that after getting back up there. But 10 points from 4 games from Rowett cannot be sniffed at all.
Okay.
So
Gary Rowett's a really good manager.
yeah, they might well be the 10 points that keep Oxford United in the Championship next year, and that was the dice that the owners had to roll. So
yeah, Gary Rowett's a really good manager.
Brooks chucking some serious arrows. Paul Sambrook. Aren't you friends with Cam? I'm sure I know that name from somewhere, which means you're a Blackburn boy, which means you know who he is anyway.
Where is it? Ben says, ever been to the Stadium of Light? I have. Been a couple of times.
I did not know Dean Windass has stage 2 dementia.
I didn't either. Being on tour is expensive, 100%.
There we go. I knew I recognised the name. Commiserations, my friend. Is he as bad as we think he is?
Daniel Perry, back-to-back legs, back within one. Hendo just doing enough at the moment. This is a big game for John Henderson. Because 5 points almost puts him there. Crabtree fighting back against Bolton, Cordecker, Stephen Neuster, 3-all. Kyvenhoven in a last leg decider.
Rightly so, Paul. Must be a strange one getting stranded on like 4 or 5 points as well, because
you're so close but so far.
But then typically the mentality is, right, come back in, go again tomorrow, go from the start. But you can't. It's not don't hit the ground running, but there's also an element of don't waste your best performance in that round, because actually the one that matters is that second game. You've got to get there. It's such a weird.
Well, Bradley Brooks just taken out 1-2-9 to win it.
I think Wrexham are more likely going bust than they are playing in the Championship, aren't they? The boys don't get the money. Bradley Brooks, big win that.
Hendo?
Yes. I saw the funniest comment the other day. That I can't believe we've gone through all this to find out that Ange Postecoglou is just Brendan Rodgers with a didgeridoo.
To be fair, I love Big Ange.
I didn't mind Brendan when he was at our place. When he got sacked, it was a bit of a shock.
To be fair, Archie Gray has been superb for us. Look, considering he's a kid, 2, he's never played centre half in his life, and he's been thrust in there. He's done an incredible job.
Oh, Stephen, I'm not disrespecting Brendan Rodgers. The only managerial appointment we've made in the last 20 years, and we've not made loads, that I've disagreed with was Roy. Even Kenny's spell bought us a trophy.
Yeah.
There's issues with ownership at the time and the Americans not knowing what they're doing and some poor signings, but logic of selling Xabi Alonso so we could sign Gareth Barry, who wanted to play Champions League football, and then sign for Man City, who weren't in the Champions League, pretty much sums that era up.
Say Brooks falls here, does he go dark green?
He should do, but I don't think they'll do that until tomorrow at least. What about Grealish for half year on loan at Everton? I mean, he's not scored in 60 something games. Their issue is scoring goals.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, if he's getting pushed out of the side by the lad that he is, I'm worried for him, but $100 million for some of the transfer business in the last few years. I hate to brag, but we have been very good at that, about getting value for money for players who are just not worth that.
Well, same with Levy. That's one of Levy's greatest strengths is...
When we sold Solanke for 30 million, he wasn't a £30 million striker at the time. Jordan Ibe went pretty soon for similar cash.
Anyway,
we won't let anybody talk to Ben Doak unless it's for 25 mil.
Anyway, why are Wrexham going bust? I thought they were...
I heard they were in trouble. I don't look at not going bust, but I saw an article the other day that said that they'd run up the debts. Bought Carroll for 50 million. We bought him for 35, which is actually we got Carroll and 15 million for Torres, because that's what that was like. In isolation, 35 million for Carroll was a bad thing. Desperation at the time because Torres has decided he's a snake. And we got 15 million in the bank for it as well. So Brewster 25 mil as well. Yeah, great bit of business. It is a dart show though. Sorry. If Brooks goes dark green, he does still have to turn up. That was the rule that the PDC have changed. Rule 5.2, I think it is this year.
Yeah.
Not to get technical and quote it, but yes.
Yeah. How are we doing, James? Hope you are good. This is a big moment here. Henderson has not played his best here, but could go 2 legs clear, and he does. That's big for John Henderson. I think if he wins this, John Henderson is back on tour.
Yeah.
Stephen Neustadt is a leg away from defeating Core Decker. I'll tell you what, I'm Scott Gibling's biggest fan.
Just get on with it.
Just playing.
Out of the way, coming through. And that won't take long either. They are not slow players. Hendrick gets on with it, as does Carl. The only way this takes a while is if it goes all 11 and they somehow miss 60 darts of double between them.
Yeah. Gibling's like, out the way.
Yeah.
No, look, I'm not saying Hendo wins anything, but he believes he is still one of the best 1-2-8 players in the world, and that's where he wants to be. He's never hid that fact, has he?
No. I kind of agree with him as well.
And Clark's already won up in the semi-final.
To not fuck around.
But 180 there from Atkins is just threatening to break back. And he's going to get 6 at it. Crabtree has levelled it up with Bolton. This has been a bit of a collapse from Andy Bolton.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, they are stable mates as well. This one might get a bit edgy.
Are they?
Yeah.
What stable?
I think. Are they not?
No.
Or is Andy with Luke?
Yeah.
Maybe not then. Thought they were.
And Jamie Atkins breaks straight back. Poor leg from Hendo after breaking. Ben, it all depends on this game. If he wins this game, he's 95% there. If he loses it, there's still work to do because he still needs those wins. So this is a really big game for John Henderson.
Ben Foster, can you confirm you're not the Ben Foster?
And I like it, I like it, I like it.
43 Richard for the 19s. I'd have to practice the Hendo rocket motion. It's a bit weird. All English semi-final game. It's possible.
Possible.
Atkins needs to pull his finger out though. Are we going to get two surprise cards though? Daniel Perry here, 5-4 up on Justin Hurd. If you look at that last 8, he is 8th favourite to get a card.
Yeah.
Ben Imposter. I like that. You've used that a bit, haven't you?
Bolton back in front against Crabtree.
Ben Imposter's top notch. Do you think there'd be any limitations? I can't see why there'd be any limitations. I don't know what he's got financially backing him. I don't know what his job is, etc.
No, I don't know what.
Cordecca's gone. Stephen Noster. 6-4 win. So Decker gets stranded on 7 points at the top, but will be top outright heading into tomorrow regardless. Back grip. Yeah, that's me, Ken.
To be fair, I'm a back gripper as well.
I don't have much choice in my darts when you see what they are.
Semi-final up for you. Kai Gotthard leads 2-1. Disaster for Jamie Atkins. If this is a big visit from Hendo, it could be up.
I think it's meant to be, you know. Super Ben Foster in goal in the chat room. John Henderson in the quarterfinals. Self-employed floor layer of his own business. According to himself, it's now his job to give himself enough opportunities to play and balance everything. Fair enough.
Fairs?
If he can schedule jobs in and around working darts, it's perfect.
Yeah. Justin Hood has levelled up with Daniel Perry. That's going to a noble. A poor visit from Hendo.
It's typically self-employed people that benefit the most from the Super Series as well. There's only so much holiday some people can take. I know Derek's in the chat room. He had to take some time unpaid, I think, at the back end of last year. Actually qualified for Champions Week for a second time.
Wasn't Van Velzen the same?
I think so, yeah.
Jamie Atkins is going to get the opportunity to level this one up. Mid part of this game, leg, John Henderson had the darts under the cosh, but now he's level.
Yeah, Stompy made one appearance at the Tavern 2 years ago, but we've not seen him playing anything since. I miss Roland Sholton, you know, what a gentleman. Do you know he has 7 sugars in his tea?
It's ridiculous.
7 sugars in his tea?
Mind you, have you seen what the...
There's sugar on beans on toast,
No, just sugar on toast for breakfast. It's the weirdest thing. I'm sharing a hotel when Peter Verbeek was there, and he goes, "Oh, do you mind if I join you?" I say, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you want to try this?" "No, I don't." Give me my beans and scrambled egg on toast, not sugar. Yeah. Andy Bolton has beaten Cam Crabtree 6-4.
What do you mean we can't knock anyone's breakfast? We've been really well behaved this week. Any eggs weren't breakfast.
Sugar on toast, I just don't get it.
No.
Andy Bolton moves up into the green. Cam Crabtree stays on 3 points.
Beaton is on the Seniors Tour, Hayden. He'll be at the Circus Tavern in a few weeks' time. In fact, you can catch the draw for the World Seniors Darts Championship on our channel on Monday night as part of our live lounge show. If you're new here on the channel and only joined us at Q-School for the first time, Every Monday, 8 till 10 p.m. UK time, we do host our live lounge show. Myself, Phil, and our colleague Dan. It's a 2-hour review of everything that's happened in darts throughout that week. We get involved with you guys in the chat room as we do here, broadcast live to you. But as part of that, this week we will be conducting the draw for the 2025 Bet Goodwin World Seniors Darts Championship at the Circus Tavern. That may or may not involve John Henderson, because he is 4 apiece with Jamie Atkins and looking ever increasingly close to regaining his tour card. Andy Bolton would have been one of the favourites via the qualifiers, actually, that are coming up in a couple of weeks as well. How much prize money offer for the seniors tour? I don't know the exact number, I'll be honest, Darren. I believe it's changed a little bit. Same time tomorrow. Yes, it is, Kent. So from midday UK time, it'll be Phil, and he'll be joined remotely by Dan. So he'll have to put those boxes back with a little split at the bottom again for tomorrow. But not unfortunately, I'm reffing county for the next 2 days for Hampshire against Dorset, and then I'll also be at the Super Series tomorrow night.
You actually doing every game this time?
I've got to be at work for 6, and I'm players marshal. I've got Connor to open for me, so the earlier I get there, the better. Southampton aren't playing because FA Cup weekend are already out, but I still need to be wary of time to get back to work. Fair. So I might do like 14 on the Saturday and leave the last 4 to someone else.
It's a big leg for John Henderson. He survived a huge scare. He's not in his best here, but this is, for me, this is the biggest leg of John Henderson's Q-School.
And he's opened up with a max. He's going to make 9 to win it. That's what he's doing.
Oh.
Boo! That's a big deflection. The age limit, the reason I've been told for a couple of reasons. One, it aligns with World Seniors Snooker, and one of the directors is involved with both projects, so it keeps it level as a seniors brand across all sports. The other is just to open it up to more opportunities to more players, so increase the pool of players available through the ADC as well, because they are now the partners to host the qualifying events after the Circus Tavern in a few weeks' time. So
Zara, Hendo is one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. I agree.
Yes.
And he's going to get match darts. John Henderson for a place in the semi-finals. Is it going to be a big Hendo weekender? It is. John Henderson is in to the semi-finals, and regardless of whether he goes on or not, that is huge for Hendo.
He jumps up to 5 points now.
That's
what Justin Hood as well, so there's a good chance. Are they playing each other next? 1, 2, no, it's Bolton, Hood, Brooks, Hendo.
The difference between 4 and 5 points in this race for me is so big, it's unreal.
Arguably, the only player that's left playing for anything here is Andy Bolton. Bradley Brooks is on 9 points, Hood's on 5, Henderson's on 5, and Bolton's on 4, which is still enough to be caught. Like, the leg difference is good from Henderson and Hood. They're on plus 19 and plus 15 respectively. There's an argument that those two are there already, given the cut-offs that we've been given. I don't play for them, Andy. I referee for them. Because why spend £500 a weekend playing county when you can get paid to referee at home instead?
That is huge for Big John. Especially, right, even if he doesn't win, if Brooks goes on and wins today, that's massive. Mm-hmm. All of these now, if they don't win it themselves, are wanting Bradley Brooks to win.
Because Andy won 1 less point yesterday.
So, the semi-final lineup in the UK will be Andy Bolton against Justin Hood, Bradley Brooks against John Henderson.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kai Gotthard is now 4-3 up on Stefan Hendrick. He's had an unbelievable last 6 months. He's won a week at the Super Series. He's won the German Super League. He's played at the World Championships. And now he's on the cusp of a tour card. And the other half of the draw, Stephen Noster, The German is just underway against Dominik Grulich, also from Germany. So 3 out of 4 players in the final 4 in Europe today are from Germany. How many points does Stefan Hendrik need for his tour card? He's on 4 points and plus 18 legs. Was it 1 more point and a big leg difference? So
who are we talking about?
Stefan Hendrik. It's 5 and plus 13 for Europe, wasn't it?
Yeah, even if he loses here, he still needs 1 point and some good legs, 2 to be sure, we think. I'll tell you what, again, regardless, because that's in the final 4, they all can't get there. Jimmy Van Schier's got away with murder today. Losing early, and he's still second in the semi-finals. Same in the UK for Tom Sykes. Tom Sykes losing in round 1 is still going to finish today in green.
Yeah.
What does this do for the seniors if Henderson gets a card? And look, this is no one's fault.
Buggers up the draw on Monday, that's what it does.
No, but I mean in general, because he holds the 3 majors.
3 majors as well, yeah, because Richie Howson won obviously the
Champion of Champions.
But
Any surprise that Whitlock's down? Hey, not really. I didn't really have much expectation of Whitlock coming in here. I know others did, but I didn't.
no. It's just not had the consistency.
Hey, Don Taylor, he's keeping his tour card.
If it was being taken off of him, it would have been done before Q-School, because otherwise they end up with a stupid system they've had before.
Yeah, Dom Taylor is a tour card holder and will remain one.
Right, check the website.
I checked yesterday and there was nothing on there.
Does that make news, or is it just a case? But then they don't update often enough.
Just go to the news. It'd be on the news
bit
if there was any.
on there, but they don't date their news. They don't fucking update their cases often enough. Kai Gotthart's win over Stefan Hendrik means we are guaranteed another German on tour.
9.
They are here and they are taking over.
I'm excited as well for the Germans this year in Nico Springer.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is incredible. Also, just gone under the radar a little bit, this year's World Cup team for Germany is going to look a little bit different because Pietreczko has overtaken Gabriel Clements.
Has he? So Schindler and
Pietreczko.
Interesting. will Brooks play tomorrow? He doesn't have a choice, Kian. Well, unless he wins outright today. So the winner outright today won't be back. The PDC have changed the rules this year, saying that if you have entered stage 2, unless you win outright, you must play all 4 days. If you withdraw at any point, you will be banned from competing in any PDC competition for
the rest of the year.
2025. So he's currently playing to go home 2 days early with a tour card in his hand, knowing that he's already got it. If not, he has to stick around for 2 days, knowing that he's already got it.
So yeah, live order of merit. Schindler 22.
There's a World Cup race that will show you the
Pietreczku 30. Clements 37. I don't think is it up yet because he was added late last year.
Maybe it's not there yet.
I don't think it's there yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pietreczku and Schindler at the moment. Shindiggity. I like the way you're working. Is Whitlock safe? No, Whitlock is far from safe. In fact, he has a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I've done it again. I've put.
Although, let's be honest, there's a replacement ready and waiting at the moment if this man gets a tour card, isn't there? Because if Whitlock doesn't, that's a very sensible swap.
Yeah.
Guess the score.
7.
Nope. Why else would I laugh? There's 2 options in that situation. Why else would somebody of my intellect laugh? There we go, Tam. Will De Decker be part of the Belgian World Cup team this year? He will. It will be De Decker and Dimmy. Was that not the team last year?
No, Hobrecht's played, didn't he? Because we were all saying, was he going to be fit after getting beaten up at the football?
Yes.
So even if they have enough points, yes, they still have to play.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I actually quite like this rule because
I do, and I get it when you're looking at players that are on the cusp for day 4, right? So that's what's been brought back in a couple of years ago. Conan Whitehead,
Pascal Leprec.
Yeah, would have been better off withdrawing, and what that does is protect their leg difference on the final day. Obviously, that first game doesn't earn them a point, but what it can do is damage their leg difference. For someone in Bradley Brooks' case, it makes absolutely 0 sense. Not in that time frame. It makes absolutely 0 sense for Bradley to be there for the next 2 days.
I get it doesn't, but you've got it's either because this is
you can't
it's
just
one
go,
or-
by the way, if you get over the...
it's one or the other.
They could have gone if you get over X amount of points you're in.
Or if they work it out
Yeah.
that mathematically he can't be caught.
Like I said, he can.
That's what I mean.
Until the last day. But even still, you can't... That can't be established because there's always going to be that 1 in a million, this is the way the draw breaks down.
Yeah, no.
Winner, runner-up, etc. Until the draw's done. And to do that, his name has to be in
Yeah,
that draw.
I get it. Brent says, what do you guys think of De Decker not competing with the Premier League? Personally, I'd have had him in there personally.
I think they're going to get away with it, and I think his reaction shows that he isn't ready, or that there's a little bit naive to that. Get these hit out, but that wasn't the manner to do it for me.
I know, I agree that his
Yeah.
there would have been better. And look, I don't know his management team, but if he'd have been under one of what I call the established PDC managers, that I don't think that rant
doesn't happen.
That rant doesn't happen. I agree. Darts in Cyprus. There's the The Northern Cyprus Open, is it?
Yes. Cypriot darts, though, we had, can't remember his name now. We did have a Cypriot play at the Super Series a few weeks ago. Not in 4 weeks or not. Plus then Christodoulou played here.
I'm going to stand again for a bit.
Do you guys think Fallon gets a tour card? If you'd asked me this question 2 days ago, or 5 days ago before Q-School started, the answer was no. Right now, though, I think she's in a great position.
I think she's banging the mix for it.
I think she converts from here.
I think she's banging the mix.
I would have liked to see one more point today.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Daniel Perry's still going, or
Well, he was, yeah.
the last 8, but the level was winnable in that one.
Yeah. Yeah, she's played at a good enough level that I agree with her. She can go and convert.
Yeah.
Not saying she will, but the game is there.
Yeah. Cheers, F1. Hope you're well, mate.
Hope you're all good, everyone. You lot are all...
I think there's a difference between being a robot, Stephen, and playing the game a little bit. Like,
There's a way to have a dig and a way not to have a dig.
especially as, away from that, Marty Decker is quite wooden.
Yeah.
If your first bit of personality is to slag off the people that are then picking you into that role, then not the brightest thing you've ever done.
No. Oh, agreed. Right, chat room. For the feature game semi-final from the UK, would you like Andy Bolton against Justin Hood or Bradley Brooks against John Henderson? I think I know what you're going to say, but we're going to ask you the question anyway. Yeah, I put the wrong one in there. There's no...
No, what I'm saying is, put it where the things are. We don't need to be able to see both scores if we can see both scores.
So?
Open the window and put it where the scores are.
I'm just doing that.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, they're measured. I'm going to open it up. They're not going
clip it, but yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, but the Grand Prix has never been won by somebody as wooden as Mike De Decker from somewhere so out there, has it?
Yeah.
Up until a few years ago, the only major winner to ever miss out on playing in the Premier League was Paul Nicholson. Suddenly, there's 12 people on that list. Like, that isn't the entitlement card that it used to be.
Yeah. Look, like I say, I personally would have had him in there. If I was picking it, I would have put him in. But I can understand why he's not.
Yeah.
Bradley Brooks has missed darts. Is Henderson about to step in? Justin Hood levels up.
Darts in Tuvalu. I'll be honest, man, I don't even know where Tuvalu is.
Never heard of it.
Luke's joined the OD club. Thanks for joining, buddy.
Thank you very much. Another one in the club. Welcome along. Who would you have had to deck it in instead of? So, when I was picking my lineup, I've said the top 4 in the world as they were. Bunting, again, completely agree with. Not an issue there. I can make a case for having the Decker in head of either or any of the other 3. If you look at across the year, did Chris Dobey do enough to warrant a Premier League place, I'm not sure, but his run at the World Championships, that recency bias, semi-final and breaking the top 10 in the world, sticks in everyone in the forefront of his mind.
It doesn't, whilst maybe this year doesn't do it, what you've also got to consider is...
Oh yeah, no, I think he was unlucky not to get a second go last time.
He's recognisable because he's played in it a couple of years ago, really went it last time without getting the results. There is also the fact that the other contenders flop. Michael Smith's had a really... rankings fallen, didn't perform that well. We saw Damon Heta go out early despite hitting the 9 data. We've spoken about Mike Decker, etc. He's just got something about him, I think.
Look, I can make a case for him. Look, has Gerwyn Price done enough this year? No.
And also, good point from Hayden. Dobie and Bunting finished 1 and 2 on the tour this year. So whilst that doesn't typically play into a Premier League consideration, there is that there.
This is what
he's playing good darts.
I hadn't finished it. Yeah, look, Dobie's TV form has not been there, but his floor form has. Agreed. For me, I think the lucky one to be in there is Gerwyn Price.
Yes.
Look, Aspinall, I can see why they've picked him. He was injured for 3.5 months of the season.
But Aspinall plays the game as well, doesn't he? Aspinall will sit there and publicly will tell you how brilliant the Premier League is, how great they are at entertaining.
Correct.
I completely disagreed with him when he said, what happens if me, Price and Wright all disappear at the same time? You've lost your entertainers. Well, actually, you've all been crap all year and we've had a great year.
But I kind of get what he meant, though.
Yeah.
So for me, I'd have picked the Decker over Gerwyn Price for me. Although, Gezi in full flow, there's no doubt he'd be in there for me, but we haven't seen enough of that Gerwyn Price for over a year. So for me, I'd have put him in instead of Price. Yeah, I know, Robbie. I'm not saying that Aspinall is.
Yeah, in another year, if the Decker had done a little bit more since the Grand Prix, or even Dimitri since the UK Open. Heta goes 2 rounds deeper at the World Championships. Johnny beats Gezi at the World Championships. There's a lot of that, but all of that unravelled at the same time. Where, like we said, Decker was a pick, but
100%. And look, Warren, I agree. Gerwyn Price is box office, but not the Gerwyn Price over the last 12 months. The one from 18 months, 2 years ago, I am completely with you. He is box office, and I'd have him in everything. Yeah. But it was interesting to see at the Worlds that we got more of the Gerwyn Price from 2 years ago. The celebrations were back, and he just let it all out. He didn't try and contain himself.
Yeah, he played the game.
Yeah, but that version of Gerwyn Price, he's a top 4 player. That version.
Robert, I don't disagree, and Dedeker could probably put a pin in that moment, losing to Littler when the crowd did get involved, but. The rest of it, he lost 10-3 to him again. He's lost to Nopper. He's lost to Woodhouse. He's lost to Jermaine since winning the Grand Prix. Like, they're games where you just want a little bit more from him. If he puts his hand up in one more of those games, he's probably there. But the concern is that Dedeker's still world number 26. So he's won a major. He's still outside the top 24.
Yeah.
Which means that the rest of his 18 months hasn't been great. And then you're concerned that. Alright, like I said, he's won 6 of 11 on TV, lost to Littler twice, Noppert, Woodhouse and Jermaine Wattimena as his 5 losses. If he's not picking up wins in those, that either A, explains why he's ranked number 26 in the world, or B, there's concern that Dedeker is on a purple patch. And actually for a player who is still relatively young, who was on that collision course and was compared an awful lot to Dimitri at youth level but has taken longer to develop, he needs to sustain that for longer. There was a lot of shout for Callum Ridds a couple of years ago when he made the quarter-final of the World Championships. And outside of that, no. And then again, he goes on a good run this year and people are going, Ridds might force his way. Now, if you make a semi-final of the World Championships, it's quite difficult to be ignored, but Bunting's done it. And Bunting's one of the bigger characters in the game right now. So, yeah.
Also, someone asked, can't remember who it was there. It was, would John Henderson need a good run tomorrow? If he loses here, not good, just steady.
He's the last 16, didn't he?
Yeah, just steady. Doesn't need a good run, just a steady run.
Last 16's 2 points.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said going back to Henderson's last game in the quarter-final, that last leg decider was the biggest leg of John Henderson's Q-School because the difference between 4 and 5 points people are saying it's only a point. It's more than that.
I say last 16 like it's nothing as well.
The psychological difference between 4 and 5, I think, is huge.
Like 2 points is winning a board final. Like that's tough to do.
Yeah, it's massive. Henderson getting to the semi-finals is huge, and he does level it up 2-2 with Bradley Brooks.
Over in Europe, Noster 5-4 up on Grulich. Grulich's level still in around that 90. Be honest, Noster's a name we've seen in this Q-School a number of times over the last couple of years, but not want to know an awful lot about. Whenever you talk about German talents, he's not really brought up in that conversation either, but he's potentially 145 points away.
Yeah, agree. I'm surprised that Big Boris has no points as well, but I'm not telling him. If he says he's got a card, then someone else can tell him he hasn't, because I'm not. Whitlock's not completely out of the running. Look, 2 days left. Still 2 chances to win outright, or there's still 10 points on offer for those 2 days. So
just cause chaos, Bob. I think he'll be knackered if he makes a final all 4 days.
Yeah.
Ooh, is Noster balled? 25 to leave tops but hits the ball?
Yeah, he's gone for 25 and he's balled it. Justin Hood is in front against Andy Bolton.
Happy feet will be dancing tonight if he gets this confirmed, because that will put him on 6 points. A reminder, Andy Bolton is the only one really playing for a great deal here in the UK. Henderson and Hood already on 5 points, Bolton back on 4 and Brooks on 9. Now granted, an outright win gets you a card, you're going to have to come back tomorrow, etc. But just that difference is going to maybe push Andy that a little bit further. We do have our finalist in Europe. Stephen Noster returns to take out 15, where he will now take on Kai Gotthard for an outright card.
Wonder how long Giblin will give him off.
30 seconds. Gotthard is now 2nd overall, by the way. He's just overtaken Jimmy Van Schie. Noster is up to 9th. Grulich stays 10th.
Robbie asks, any predictions for 2025 first-time major winner? I said on the live land, Robbie, that I don't think there will be a first-time major winner in 2025. But if there is going to be one, I'd go Josh Rock, but I don't think there will be.
Have you hovered over the points in dart rankings?
Yeah.
1 point for the wins. 1 wins with no points.
Yeah.
This is sensational work.
It's incredible.
You even need darts rankings. If you guys are listening at Darts Tennis on Twitter, go and give him a like and get it shared about, and make sure people know about his website, because it's unbelievable. They even need a donation button, a Ko-fi or something, buy us a coffee, or they need to get some way of running adverts on their site. Yes, it would clunk it up a little bit, but these guys have got to start earning for the work they do, because it is superb.
Justin Hood has daylight between himself and Bolton. 4-2. Brooks back in front against Henderson. Aaron says, lads, do you still think Shane McGurk will get a card? I'm worried now. If you'd have asked me at the start of stage 2, I thought he would. I'm concerned now. Look, Bunting could win a major in 25, but it wouldn't be a first because he's already won one. I don't think we'll get the year of the underdog in 2025 like we did in 24. Personally. Do you think we could have a first time ranking major winner? And not this year. That we would, obviously we will do, but I don't see it this year. Bradley Brooks has broken Hendo. 4-2 to Bam Bam. No chance.
No, this is legit. He's just massive. He's done it.
Who is it?
Like Gondor.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was someone else.
No.
I thought it was...
No. Where's that one?
Littler will sweep the board. I think we'll see them shared around, but I think it will be usual suspects. Justin Hood is one away from beating Andy Bolton.
Into the final.
Brooks as well is dominating Henderson here.
Yeah, I think that's been understated a little bit, Robbie. Big year for Humphreys. I had him as the favourite over Littler a little bit heading into that World Championships. Something's just gone wrong a little bit. Not massively.
Do you think Michael Smith has a comeback year? I think he has a better year than last year. He's got a point to prove. Needs to rebuild because I don't see him being in a lot of invite stuff this year. So we'll have to concentrate more on Pro Tours, Euro Tours, and that form then gets him to stuff.
Poll up in the chat room. Who do you think wins the EU final? Gotthard versus Noster. You've got until that game gets underway to get your votes in. We'll then see how the chat room does once that one is complete.
The other thing as well about Luke, I think that it's very understated what defending a world title is like pressure-wise, which is why I think we've seen so little do it. I think he'll be so carefree next year. We see the Luke Humphreys that got into that situation.
I hope so. Look, he's defended one, hasn't he? Now he's defended the Players'
Correct.
Championship.
He knows he can defend the title now.
I think his reaction in Bahrain will be big if he goes all out or not. Like, does he set the stall out early, going "No, I am still here," or does he allow it to just get away from him a little bit? Because if Littler gets on a roll, then it's going to be difficult to stop. I say on a roll, he's the world champion for Christ's sake. But if he gets on a serious multiple majors in a row, gets through it, knows how to get through the early rounds without exerting too much energy, that sort of thing. Like, he admitted himself he was really nervous at the start. There's going to be more pressure on him now as world champion. Everyone's going to want a shot at him.
Correct.
Everyone's wanted a shot at him for 18 months anyway.
That's
but there's also been a fear factor of this kid's unbelievable. It now goes the other way and going, I've got a chance here to topple the world champion and whatever.
That's what I mean. But being world champion is a different pressure. There's a target on your back. Everything is different to chasing.
Yeah.
We've seen that, which is why when you look back that MVG's run as world number one and so on was so remarkable, that and how long he stayed at the top four, how long Gary Anderson stayed in the top 10 in the world for, and Peter Wright and so on, doing it year after year after year is incredible.
Yeah.
Robbie said, does MVG win a major in 25, and if so, which one is more likely? If you'd have asked me before the World Championships, I wasn't convinced, but I think he does in 25. I saw enough to say he's working hard at his game.
Yes and no. His extension is so important in his action for me now, despite all the roll up in his hand and the changes in the angle of the dart. That extension and getting the arm through is the most important bit, but I just think it disappears too often. That game is now live, so 89% of you have said that Kai Gotthard will win in Europe.
Yeah, I saw enough from MVG to say, one, he still cares, and two, he's been working hard at his game.
I don't think he's ever stopped caring. Unless you think differently, you know him better.
I wouldn't say he stopped caring, but
yeah, that one's over. Oh, don't worry.
I wouldn't say he stopped caring, but the fact that you have won
he
as
got
much,
bored of it, didn't he? Like,
when you've won as much as he's won in terms of trophies and financially, because he's won over £11 million in prize money alone, let alone endorsements, non-ranked events, exhibitions, and so on. That you can, when it's not going your way and you're on the decline, you can go, nah, I've done my bit. I've set my family up for life.
Yeah.
But the fact that he has rolled up his sleeves and is willing to get dirty almost, and hang on a minute, I want to be better than I was.
At 1:30 checkout for a 12 dart leg for Stephen Noster to open over in Germany. What was the point in Bamberg going to Q-School to get his card?
What was
He
that?
didn't have it. Yeah, I like Dirk's game at the Players' Championships. A little bit flat for me at the Worlds though. Another one.
Well,
The
the first 2 sets was incredible,
Yeah.
but I think he said he ran out of energy. So
Yeah.
I think the Dirk game is back. He needs to build up the stamina and muscle memory again to play at that level for longer.
Yeah. I genuinely think he got to him as well, and I think that's something Luke's going to have to work
Yeah,
on.
I think
That's the most outspoken and aggressive we've seen Luke in that press conference when he went at right, and I only need one more to match all his achievements, etc. And then on stage, it just seemed like Luke was
trying too hard.
just trying to do something special all the time.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it wasn't happening. Like when Wright's then playing the game perfectly, because Luke's so desperate to take out a 161 or a 170 or go back to back or something like that. When Wright's then going, go on and have a go.
Yeah.
There's a bit of drag there because there's more tension there because he's going, right, if I get this, you'll get... I genuinely think he's premeditated reactions to a big shot and he hasn't been able to use them.
Yeah. Look, if you look over the last 5 or 6 years, Peter Wright did master of the mind games.
Yeah.
And he did a number on him. I agree. He played him like the proverbial fiddle.
Mm-hmm. This will be the first day of the week the EU Q-School will be completed for UK Q-School. Yes.
Yeah.
And the last.
Right, I'll say, they sent the A-team over, didn't they? Gibbons got them in shape.
How is it a 56-hour flight? Do you have to have a big layover somewhere?
Where even is it?
Oceania. But Australia's not that. You can get to Perth in 14 and a half, can't you?
There's direct flight to Perth
Yeah,
now.
that's what Hector was saying. So even if you fly into there and then back out of there, like it's not 56 hours, unless you have to have a layover and it only flies 3 days of the week or something.
Yeah. Remember,
Wright didn't miss anything in that game. No, he didn't. He finished very, very nicely. And
his finishing was incredible.
Peter Wright is one who, look, he's spoken a lot in the last film. I think where the advantage was, it wasn't even in the fact that it was the mind games. It's Peter's done it so often, there's no shame in when it doesn't come off anymore.
No.
He's done it to Michael so often and ended up with egg on his face. There's no, haha, got you moment. If that didn't come off for Peter Wright, it was a win-win situation. There was no loss from him. Like, if he tried something, fine. He wasn't expected to win that game anyway. Like, if it doesn't pay off and Humphreys batters him because he's got the ump and kicked on, then fine. Humphreys was odds on to beat him anyway. But because he has tried something and got away with it, like there's no recourse for it not working. What did Noster finish in that second leg? Say second leg, third leg, he's 3-0 to the good. 12, 15, 12. So far he's taken out a 130, a 107 and a 121. Holy. If it's your day, it's your day. Do we think Bam Bam has done enough? 100%. He's literally playing for 2 days off now because he's got more than enough points. But he has to play for the next 2 days. So he's playing for that privilege now to take some time off. Hendo, on the cusp of a card, you'd like another point to make it completely sure. Aidan Kirk is the only player above him at the moment, although if Justin Hood wins this deciding leg, which it wasn't a deciding leg a few moments ago, Hood's letting this one slip a little bit, then Hood would jump up to 6 points. Yeah, indeed, here does come the X Factor. Though he has only opened up for 46. Noster's left another ton plus in 110. Gotthard, can he get in on the action for himself? 132. Justin Hood has got very tight, hasn't he? He's not had a tour card before, no. Gotthard's missed the ball for the 132. Can Noster take out this 110? This will be 4 ton plus checkouts in a row. Doesn't go.
Gotthard pins the 25. This is massive for Andy Bolton.
Arrows isn't my brand, Tom, but it is a brand that I am now working and associated with, formerly Bosch, but it is a spin-off from them. So yeah, if you want to check those out on socials, on Instagram, you can follow me and find them through that. Really nice premium darts-based clothing range that's just launched. We're also working on an academy project as well, based in the southwest.
Bolton needs a treble here. Yes, I do think Fallon can get it done over the next 2 days. I'm not saying she will, but I've seen enough from the first bit to suggest her game can get it done.
Big visit from Bolton. Hood needs a 140 at least here to pressure. 95 isn't nice because you might end up on double 19. 128 isn't much better because you don't get a benefit from hitting the first treble if it goes. You still need one dart too. So 95 for Bolton to secure the comeback win. Got Hart started to motor now. 11 dart leg for him gets him back to 3-2. Bolton's taking a while here. I think he's either miscounted, missed the big number, or he's prattling around with the bullseye.
Bolton for a place in the final.
Nowhere near.
Oh, he's made a mess.
2 19s and a 3. He stayed down there, hasn't
Stayed down, he's made a mess of it.
Maybe even tried to switch to the 17s to leave tops. 128. Justin Hood, can you pull it off?
Ooh.
No. How's he left? He must have missed.
Bolton to win it.
He's not a tops man though. How's he left that? 18s? 18 for double, inside, no, because even then inside 9s. I don't know how he's done it, but Justin Hood is into today's final, where he will take on Bradley Brooks for the second time in a row. It is an all-English final in the UK Q-School. And you know what that means, folks? We'll get another poll up on the page for you. Does Bradley Brooks get over the line today, or will he have to return tomorrow? Because happy feet Justin Hood will have danced his way to a tour card. Had a really good year on the Challenge Tour last year, actually, did Justin Hood, a player I spoke about a little bit earlier. I know how disappointed he was when he played as a top-up on the Pro Tour at times at the back end of last year. He'll be desperate to be there full-time so he can put that right.
100%.
Double 6 on 10s, yeah, possibly.
Luke, I don't think Simon Whitlock has got enough to make it back on tour anymore.
No, me neither.
I think that ship has sailed. Afternoon, Mark. Hope you are all good. But everyone else is hoping Bradley Brooks.
Because you just don't want to play him for the... Well, yes and no, because there is an element now that the job is done, so he is going to be less motivated for the next few days, but he still has to play.
Still has to play is the thing.
And whilst he still has to play to the best of his ability, it is undoubtedly more difficult to motivate yourself to play through to the level that he's played for the last 2 days. Like, that's inevitable. It's human nature. Like, there is no way he can play with the same intensity knowing it's already done. If he can, he's a robot. Like, human emotion will take some control out of him.
No, I think natural, Robbie.
Cheers, Mark. Yeah, we're doing it's a bit of a temporary setup at the moment. We've got some more equipment on the way. Mount the cameras, etc. Big desk being built. We'll have the dartboard set up properly as well. At the minute we're using the Windmill Vertex. Great piece of kit, but we're going to get wall mounted, get the light around it, get our new surround up. Have we shown people the surround? Should we do a reveal?
Yeah, come on, get it.
Have a look at that.
How
bad
sexy is that bad boy?
boy. Customised designs by the guys at SDG Designs. Big thank you to them.
That will be pride of place. Yeah, Robbie, going back to your point, yeah, I don't think the point rule actually affected him because the point rule didn't change as much as we thought it was going to.
Yeah.
So Simon still played with those aggressive points and so on. So I think it's just...
And the board's changed anyway, so they held up a little bit better. But
yeah, I just think it's...
I'll be honest, as someone who's seen it up close and personal enough now as well, 95% of players that damage a board do so when they remove their darts from the board.
It's the way
not when the darts go in. Like, the points are aggressive, but it's the way they then just grab them out.
Yeah, I just think it's a natural decline.
Yeah.
Mark, I think Fallon's had a great Q-School so far, and I think she can go and win a card. We're not saying she will, but the game has looked the best it's looked in a long time, and she's played some good stuff, so I think she can. Whether she will or not is another issue, but...
You guys sort the LEDs around next week. We got a light, that's fine. We're working on it. For a piece over in Europe though, Stephen Noster, being pegged back a bit now by the scoring power of Kai Gotthard. He leaves 138 after 9, another 180 for Kai. He's had a superb 6 months as said previously. Can he convert from this position now? Double 12 on the outside, any from there. Noster in no man's land though, and Gotthard double 12 away from a 5-4 lead.
Do you think John O'Shea will get a card? I've got a sneaky feeling that he's going to
scoring like an absolute.
He's played.
Train.
No, he lost to a very, very good John Henderson today, who's gone on to get to a semi-final. The John O'Shea game is there, and I think he will. This is the best version of John O'Shea we've seen in every aspect, not just his game, but the way he looks and the hard work he's put in as well. I think he looks in absolute tip-top condition.
Our pleasure, Darryl. We'll be back again tomorrow, or Phil will, with our friend Dan.
Dan's on with me tomorrow and Sunday.
Same time, same place, midday UK time.
Make sure you are here, and if you haven't yet, drop us a like and subscribe. You know the drill, everyone.
German Noble on the way, yeah, because Kai Gotthard has been superb to extend to a 5-4 lead from behind. Stephen Noster in full control of leg number 10, 202 after 9 with the darts, leaves 142. Not the nicest of finishes, options though.
So,
Shane McGurk ran into a ridiculous performance from Kirk de Ruyter on day 1. Who did he lose to today?
Lost. Can't remember, but so John Henderson currently is on 5 points plus 15.
95 average from Greg Ritchie in the last 32
now,
today.
John Henderson is right on the cusp at the moment. I think one more point and he is perfectly safe. If he can avoid big defeats, it may be enough. So John Henderson is right on that borderline.
No, a bit far for Dan to come down, unfortunately. He'll be from home.
Yeah. Good stuff, Laura. Good stuff. Look, he looks in incredible shape.
He sent me some food as well. I'm reffing in county tomorrow, Darryl, so I'll be reffing for Hampshire against Dorset in the UKDA National League, as it's now known as. And then I'll be off to the I'm off to the Super Series tonight. I'll be off there tomorrow night as well. I am the Players Marshal tomorrow, so make sure the players get on stage on time. So if anybody's late,
it's your fault.
Yeah.
I think England will go off 1-3, 1-4 favourites for the World Cup.
I'm impressed.
They'll still worry. The bookies will still fear Scotland and Wales, and depending on who's
in those teams.
It depends on who partners.
If Gezzy's played all around,
that's how it depends.
Yeah.
But if the pairings are the strong ones,
they fear a Welsh team that's won it twice before. They don't fear, with all due respect, Jim Williams and Nick Kenny.
No, that's what I mean. If it's Price and Clayton, Anderson, Wright, Michael, and whoever,
Danny or Dirk. See, I like
I'm
1-4-2 17s because actually, if you hit a single, then your next route should be 25, 20s to leave tops. But actually, I have a penchant for double 14, so I've started to go treble 19, double 14.
Do we think Henderson has enough points? He's very close. Kai Gotthard has a match-winning tour card opportunity here and now, and he takes it. Kai Gotthard is on tour, the third winner of a PDC tour card in 2025 goes to the German Kai Gotthard.
Because of that, Jimmy Vanschke returns to second place.
He's got away with murder today.
Well.
Vanschke is the one that's got away with it.
You say got away with it, he's still racked up 5 points so far, hasn't he? He
No,
lost
but
early unexpectedly.
that's what I mean. But in today, like, when you lose...
If you lose back-to-back early, then yeah, I'll say he's got away with it, but not on day 2. He's get 5 points after day 2. You're over halfway there, if not already there, with that one. But yes, Kai Gotthard to the tunnel as a 6-5 win over Stephen. Of course it went to a deciding leg. Did you see the way he won the Super League?
Yeah.
Played every single leg possible. It was ridiculous. But yes, the tunnel is on tour. Expecting some good things from him next year. Keep an eye out on that. But in the UK, we're still waiting on a go, aren't we?
Now he's a pro. The game's just disappeared. He needs some more darts. You can't be only having 2 spare barrels. Oh, it's warming up again. Here we go.
What that does mean is I'm about to... Well, this pole's gone quite... I wasn't expecting it to be this heavy. Yes, Bradley Brooks has played lovely, but after being beaten at this stage yesterday, there's some scar tissue. But damn.
Hendo is looking good for a card. We need Giblin back in the UK now. Come on, Scott. You need to be in 2 places at once.
On that blower, son. Still not live, so a couple of minutes to get your votes in. I remember when Dozer had the gods watching over at Q-School. Yeah, indeed. Matty Denon, wasn't it? Who is now on tour as well. There's always... Do you know what? That's what I'm missing this year. Matt Denon got a card last year. There is always a Matty Denon Q-School story every single year. And they're just not there right now. Because he already has a card. Right, I'm going to end that poll. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sit down for the final. So I don't get tempted to go and throw some more darts. Have you got a table we can see? The table's available with darts rankings. Let me just whack the link in for you guys. Because I have that privilege.
Thoughts on the season ahead for Bully Boy and Snakebite? Big for both of them.
I think it's Snakebite's last.
He's defending 125 grand in October in one tournament.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, I think it was Snakebite's last. He would have announced it before the Premier League.
No, Tom Bizzle didn't play today because he won a tour card outright, meaning...
I bet that's Tom. Just it feels good to say that, doesn't it? Like, did he play it? No, he's already got a card. Yeah, I do.
Yes, I did. There we have it. The final in Milton Keynes is underway. Who will join Tom Bizzle in there? Yeah, Robbie, I agree. I don't think Peter Wright will ever retire from the sport. Even when he loses his card, he'll do stuff within the sport. I don't think we'll ever see him not throwing darts at some point. But age catches up with everyone in the end.
Even Barzi, look at the state of him.
Got a few greys now.
Cat soon.
Between the Grand Prix cut-off and the World Championship cut-off, Wright's defending 167k. Oof. Ouch. Yeah, Steve Beaton confirmed in the seniors. Brooks to break Hood in the opener. And he does 1-0, bam bam. If there was one country that you've never been to that you'd want to go to, no. There's a few for me. So I'm going to give you the top 5 countries that I haven't been to that I desperately want to go to. Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah. That's 2.
What's that?
That's 2.
Yeah. South Africa.
Yeah.
For me, I really want to go to South Africa. Then I really want to go to Thailand, like the islands, where the beach was filmed and all that. And then the other one I'd quite like to go to would be Peru.
Oh, Machu Picchu.
Yeah, I want to go to Machu Picchu.
Interesting. America, but East Coast, not West. Australia.
Yeah.
Japan.
Yeah.
Hungary. I've not been there yet.
Hungary's nice. I'm lucky I've been to Hungary.
Sweden.
Yeah.
Sweden's on my list.
I've not been. I'm going to try and get to them soon. Hopefully they go back to 3 events. It's easier for me to justify going that way for 3 events than it is 2.
Yeah.
Japan, South Korea, Iceland, Canada, South Africa. I've been to one of those. Iceland is an amazing country, Chris. Amazing. There are other parts of the States that I really want to go to as well. Ever been to Costa Rica? I haven't, but I know someone that lives there and they love it there. I'm lucky, been to Vegas and New York. New York's my favourite city in the world, everyone knows that. Bradley Brooks looking at 25 for 2-0. Bam Bam is just doing what needs to be done. Love that, Laura.
I'd love to go to Boston, David, but I'm definitely not doing it in the fucking winter. Freezing.
Top 5 for me. Croatia, again, great country. Canada, I'd like to go to Canada as well. Argentina, Australia, Germany. I've never been to Hong Kong. No, I've never been to any of them. But again, countries that if they'd be in my top 10, it's hard to narrow it down, isn't it?
Yeah, my 5. There's a few more like.
Yeah. Never been to Liechtenstein. Sorry, somewhere else I'd like to go to. Antarctica.
Well, you weren't going to say fucking somewhere out where. You notice how he's not said Egypt or anywhere near the equator?
Oh, they're not ginger friendly, them places. South Africa's like the limit. Miami. Yeah, I've not been to Miami. Again, I'd like to go there. Thailand is unbelievable. Yeah, look. To be fair, we were looking at Michael's Instagram today, weren't we? Koh Samui, and that looks amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure I'll be going where he's staying. I'm not sure that's in the price. Woo! Send it out. We're fishing.
Please.
The big fish from Happy Feet.
Come to Norway. If you're paying, Kent, I'll fly over tomorrow.
No, so you have to fly to, I think it's Argentina, and then you get a boat from Argentina to Antarctica. I really want to do one of those polar plunges.
You're mental.
Cheers, Stephen. Thank you very much. Hey, have a great Friday night, whatever you're doing.
You wait till I'm reffing again next week, Tam. Turn it up. That's cold. No thanks.
When I went to Iceland, was it 2017? When we landed, it was minus 25.
Look at that. What is your obsession with Tuvalu? I want to go to the island nation of Niue, N-I-U-E, because that was the flag that I used on, what's it called? Naka over lockdown.
Boston in links. Well, I was there before Christmas.
I've spent enough time on that coast, thank you very much.
Where's Stu going? Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brazil are all amazing. Nice.
Show off.
To be fair, I do like right up in northern Scandinavia, like those snowmobiles and stuff like that, and looks incredible. Scotland and Ireland are both lovely countries, Ken, 100%. Bradley Brooks dismisses the big fish in the last leg. 3-1 to Bam Bam. Too close to the Jacklins. Oh.
Gainsborough. Yeah.
Just somewhere I'd like to go and see.
Rich Burnett does have a chance, or did he get through to stage 2?
Yeah. But
he's got 2 days left. We should go skiing together. No thanks. We'll start an avalanche. Imagine if us two fall over us over tip going down a mountain.
Paul, thank you very much for joining the OD Club, mate. Massively appreciate it, your support, and everyone else that's joined today, and our existing members. From the Michael Smith Hart, I'm not even sorry. There'll probably be a World Series event in Antarctica. I'll tell you what, some of the players wouldn't be going. Cheers, Fox Never Quits. Pleasure. 303 should be going 19s. Otherwise, Binks will do a TikTok.
Crying about it. To be honest, I shouldn't admit it. The amount of faces I pull at the players when they miscount is fucking ridiculous.
Justin Hood looking safe to get a leg back on
Time
the
on his hands there as well. He's definitely gone 16s after the first start was low.
Happy Feet gets it back within 1. Fun fact, Toulouse is the least most visited country in the world. Because I'm one of these things that I can't just sit by a pool all day or something. I have to.
No, me neither.
Which is why I want to.
The last time I went on holiday on an all-inclusive for a week, we were Mallorca about like 25 minutes out of Maga, and we did do a night in Maga and whatever. We spent most of it just by the pool of the hotel. Do you know what I spent my time doing? Watching the fucking snooker on my phone.
Yeah,
because the World Champs was on. We went like early,
can't.
just before the season kicked in.
I can't.
And I was watching the snooker and then jumping in and out of the pool whilst drinking some ridiculous black Russian vodka cocktail thing, and it was so good.
Do you guys have any views on MVG during the World Final? No, look, that he's backing himself to hit trebles, and look, you can question people's board management and so on, but they're backing themselves to hit. Do I agree with it? Maybe not, but
I say backing that. For me, I'm not sure if it was because he was chasing and looking for something to get to Luke a little bit or get himself ignited after that early miss. The board management in that final was the worst I've ever seen from Michael.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
he was very, like, he is one of the very best at counting. He's the reason that a lot of players follow certain routes. Like Michael's board management and counting and routes option is very, very good, and he was leaving bogeys. I didn't like the way he was setting up shots. Like, Michael was routed in that final.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it was right, but players will back themselves to hit a treble.
Yeah,
is what I'm not saying I would, but that's. Yeah, look, John Hall was saying, Modus telling me when he knows he's gone the wrong way.
The look, and that's just the one in the game. Then it finished. I go, John, talk me through it, and he goes, I don't know.
Ooh, opportunity for Justin Hood to break back. Brooks
Yeah, Paulie had the 180 to leave 25, didn't he? And to be fair, I don't hate it though.
No, because you get the caller to bellow out 180 against the crowd.
Actually, you still get 2 darts it, because odds on, like, you've got markers at that point. If you switch away to 19s or 15s to leave a better finish, then whatever, you're not really going ball that situation either, because then it leaves 60 and there's still a 2 dart combination. So
yeah.
You back yourself with an open bed to do that. He's dragged it low. Like, he's at double 16. He's not killed someone and got nowhere near a double he doesn't like. Let's put it that way. Situationally, Carl, I don't mind treble 20 on 308. The same with 128 and stuff. Like, it depends on if Littler's on a 6 dart finish from there or not.
Yeah.
And actually, like with 308, if you miss your first dart, you still got it 2 trebles. If you go treble 20 first, you still need 2 trebles and then a switch, but it just changes the order in which you need those and keeping shots open for longer. But it's just a mentality thing. My favourite country is Italy.
Italy's a great country.
My least favourite country of the ones I've been to, it's not a lot.
Do you want to know the least favourite country I've been to?
What?
France.
I've not been to France.
I was massively disappointed by it.
Well, I've only been to Portugal, Italy, Prague, or Czech Republic.
Czechia?
Yeah, and Northern Ireland on a plane, I think. Oh, and I've been to the Netherlands as well.
Yeah, I know you've been to the Netherlands.
I think the Netherlands is the bottom at the minute because I didn't spend that much time there.
I had to try and get you home, remember?
Yeah, I know. It worked out really well for me, actually.
It cost me a fortune, but I got you home.
Shame.
To be fair, it's a good job I was on the ball. I've usually been there another night like some of the others were. Where did I go? I've been to France a couple of times. I went to Paris and then went somewhere to play football as well. Yeah, I've been to Turkey a few times. Went to Olodeniz, a place called Chalice, or Chalice, however you pronounce it, which is near Husaranu.
He's a Ronnie.
Justin Hood is in front. I agree, Joe. I didn't like Paris at all. Ever been to Finland? No, but I'd like to.
No.
Malta's a good. I've been to Malta 3 years in a row. when I worked for Catena Media, that's where their head office was, and they used to use it as a tax write-off every year and take us all over there for 3 days.
I'd love to go to Malta.
I used to love it. Valletta's nice, and we stayed in St Julian's as well. It's nice.
My brother stayed in St Julian's.
Yeah, so we went to Valletta for a day.
See, that's too hot for me, Bob.
Oh, that's not ginger friendly.
I think I want to do Japan.
So
My girlfriend's sister lives in China, and China doesn't appeal to me too much, but they spent Christmas in Japan. Loved it.
Yeah, New Zealand does look up. New Zealand is right up there. So, has this game just got away from Bradley Brooks again? A bit like yesterday. Has he done all the hard work?
Could you imagine?
And then falls at the last.
I have no idea, Viv. I was literally thinking that this is the most important game of the day, and we're sat here talking about.
Well, we're going on holiday.
Yeah.
Bradley Brooks leaves the big fish, something that Justin Hood has already reeled in.
Oldham's not nice any time of the year, William, you shithead.
Is Brooks going fishing? The answer is he's not.
I'll tell you what, JK, if you make it through all 5, fair play to you.
So, Justin Hood to go within a leg of a tour card. Remember, Bradley Brooks led this one 3-1. Oh, it is 4 on the spin for Justin Hood. I'd be interested in insight how Bradley Brooks feels tomorrow having to go back.
Horrid. I did Prague for a few days last year. I loved that. That was nice. We spent a lot of time in the old town, but I'd love to have done a bit more in and around. Do you get DRA fine if you play games and try to have them both to practice? Practice is irrelevant. If you're playing to win, and
as long as you are fully concentrated on.
Yeah, if you're playing to the best of your ability, and even then, it is such a difficulty doing anybody for not playing to the best of your ability. It was ridiculously worded, but
at the Grand Slam once, but Gary had already won his first 2 games. He won. He played. I can't remember who he played, but I was watching downstairs. He played through 9 practice starts downstairs, 1 dart at the ball, hit the ball, went upstairs through his 9 darts practice and averaged 108.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
That was when it was at the Civic. It was mad.
He is, Graham, but actually Bradley staying in the field with a card already changes mentalities a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no way, even if Brad loses this game, he does not get a tour card. When you're on 10 points plus 41, you're safe.
Yeah.
You are Romeo done. He's on 10 points at the moment, Bradley. Never been to the Faroe Islands.
No, me neither.
And Bradley Brooks does get one back, and it is a break. So a hold here, and he will be saying to Justin Hood, go on then, serve it out. How much do you want your tour card? But Brooks starts dry. That's a good point, Tom. I don't know what the record points score is for a Q-School.
Me neither. Because normally they pull out at this point.
Yeah. How much does he want to... Like, he might want to pull out, but the rules say he can't. And he's not going to jeopardise not having a tour card for the sake of playing, is he? But he's going to get darts to level this up. The 1, 2, 4 for a last leg shootout. Knowing he's in this situation, I'd be interested to see if he practiced tomorrow.
Yeah. In both senses of the word.
So double 12 for Brooks and a level game.
many finals has Bradley played? This is back to back.
Back to back, 2 finals in a row.
He might only need 2 though, because he's back to 5 apiece, and now the pressure's on Justin Hood.
He says to Hood, "Can you serve this one out?" Now, according to Darts rankings, Mario van der Bahada had 12 in 2022. Cheers, James. Big visits from both so far. Justin Hood, 140, 134 ton to leave 127. Brooks, 95, 180. $93 to leave 133.
We've already seen the 133 today. Mark McGeaney took it out against John Henderson. No.
Whitlock. Hood has left 44. Is this your moment, Bradley Brooks?
Bam Bam is a Blackburn supporter, yes. It's not Bradley Brooks' moment. Is he back tomorrow? Justin Hood, 44 for a tour card. Oh.
Is it going to be happy feet? Or is
He
Bam
likes
Bam
double
going to get a
16,
chance?
but that can get you in trouble a bit here.
It doesn't. Justin Hood has a tour card. He has beaten Bam Bam. Bradley Brooks 6-5 in the final. Bam Bam will return for what?
He'll be livid.
For what some might say is a pointless day tomorrow.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to play nonetheless. He joins Kai Gotthard on the roll of honour.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at this actually. Because the only way he gets day 4 off is if he wins tomorrow. So he either goes through the motions for 2 days or plays his ass off tomorrow and hope that he doesn't have to do it again on Sunday.
But could you imagine if he gets to a 3rd final and loses and he's on 15 points?
But yes, congratulations to Justin Hood, who picks up a tour card. He's the 2nd winner, joining Tom
No dark
Bissell
green yet.
in the UK's Q-School. Also with tour cards for 2025, Victor Tingström of Sweden and Kai Gotthard of Germany. Let's run you through the points totals. Those currently in those spots in both schools right now. Over in Europe, Cord Decker leads the way in the order of merit with 7 points. Jimmy Van Schie is 2nd on 5 points. Titus Kanik just behind, a leg behind as well. 5 points plus 18 for him. And Stephen Noster beaten in today's final. He's 5 points plus 15. Then we're down to the 4-point players: Mike Kuyvenhoven, Karel Sedlacek, Leon Webber, Stefan Hendrick, Dominic Grulich, Angelo Balsamo, Max Hoppen, Markel Unterbuchner, whilst Davy Prouston and Alexander Merckx are currently those players in yellow. Those spots would move up depending on if players above them take tour cards. In the UK, Bradley Brooks leads away on 10 points. Ridiculous tally after 2 days back-to-back finals. Aidan Kirk in 2nd place, likely with a tour card secure on 6 points also. John Henderson on 5 points is joined by Adam Warner on 5 points. They're looking good both to regain tour cards that they've lost. Greg Ritchie could be heading back to the Pro Tour. He's on 4 points plus 18. Tom Sykes, 4 points plus 14, one of the favourites to get a card. Andy Bolton, beaten in today's semi-final, 4 points plus 12. Adam Lipscomb, currently in a spot to earn a tour card after looking like he'd missed out in stage 1. He was the benefactor of Dave Pallett's withdrawal from stage 2. Lipscomb now in a good position to get a card. Brandon Weaning of Australia on 3 points completes the players in green. Those 9 spots will be guaranteed cards, or 10 and 11 are dependent on outright winners. They're currently occupied by Thomas Lovely and James Howard Hughes, both on 3 points each.
Everyone, thank you very, very much for your continued support across Q-School. Day 2 of Stage 2 is in the ledger. Again, before we go, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you to all our new members who joined today, and of course all our existing members as well. It's been incredible. The journey of Q-School never disappoints, but we will return tomorrow. It'll be myself and Dan Simpson tomorrow. But today, been Phil Bars, Jack Garwood, and we are signing out. Enjoy your Friday night.